it come up in on YouTube. And
Mark, it's not just the people who actually join us for the live stream. Sometimes there's 10, 20 people joining for the live stream, but we've seen after previous live streams that people watch it afterwards, like when they're cleaning the house or something. And we've seen tickets being opened because of things we mentioned in the live stream afterwards. It was amusing.
Seeing us come up on YouTube.
Yeah, I just muted mine, so. All right. Let's go ahead and get rolling now that we know it is up on YouTube, and I'm going to block that picture because that'll drive me insane to look at that. All right. Hello, everybody who's joining us, whether you're here with us live, you join us later live, or you're watching it after the fact. We want to say hello to you all. And as our typical way of getting started, we like to introduce ourselves so that you know who we are. And then we'll introduce what we're going to be doing today. So why don't I go ahead and get started with these folks and get them introduced, and then I'll introduce myself. Mark, go ahead, introduce yourself.
Mark Jakewith, and I've been contributing to WordPress Core for, well, let's see, I'm not going to do math, since 2004.
Little while.
Yeah, a little bit.
Juliette.
Yeah, my name's Juliette Reinders Folmer. I'm also core contributor, nowhere near as long as Mark. I don't know when I started, probably somewhere 2012 or something. Well, good 10 years anyway. I consider me like a bridge between the PHP and the WordPress community. I'm very much also in the PHP community and keep a very close eye on what's going on there. And I try to help WordPress stay up to date with everything that's happening in the PHP world as much as possible.
Good. And hello, I'm Tonya. So I'm the newer kid on the block here in the WordPress space. I've been using WordPress since, long time, but contributing actively since joining in 5.5, WordPress 5.5, and then joining the release squad in 5.6. Myself, just a little bit. I have experience, about 35 years of experience in software engineering and architecture, spanning a lot of different software languages and so on, including all the way down into the old assembler. Yep. Okay, I just dated myself, didn't I? So I'll be the host here today. And as typical, sometimes the antagonists to come in and say, have we thought about? And then to give you context of all the different ways that we think about things. So what we typically do here is we're going to be setting up and explaining the problem space. What is it that we're going to be working on? We'll stop and answer questions that we think that you might have, but you can actively ask us questions right here in chat, and we'll take the time to answer them. We hope that through this, one, we get a few things that happen. One is that you see we're very accessible, all of us, that you can reach out to us and talk to us. We can help you contribute. We can help you to understand things. Number two is that you learn something much more deeper about PHP itself, and specifically in this case, this is 8.2 that we're going to be talking about, but also contextually around WordPress Core, why we have to be thinking about things in a certain way, such as the values and the philosophies that WordPress Core itself has, and why those are important, that we can't just say, well, let's just rewrite it, and then we break backwards compatibility. There are things that as a project are valued, and those have to be considered. Okay?
It's very tempting to say, let's rewrite.
You
could do it right.
Oh, yes. And that is something all of us would be tempted to do. But again, historically, we do need to be thinking about that in WordPress as we're bringing it up. We think about users first, and then the decisions that we do and how we operate come back from that. Okay, so
part of the reason why WordPress is such a success story, because of the limited BC breaks. If people upgrade now from 3.9 to 6.0, chances are that they might need to update some plugins as well, but not that much will break.
Exactly.
And in most cases, nothing will break, and that's exactly why, which helped WordPress become the largest CMS on the world.
Exactly. But knowing that there are some extra technical hoops we have to jump through to make sure that we are good citizens to contributing in the project and that we're protecting our users and upholding our values, okay? So I just wanted to lay that out, though you may think, just rewrite it. Don't worry about it. It's a major release. If you have questions about that, ask us and we will be very happy to explain why we have to think about it within the realm of the WordPress open source project itself, okay? Today we're going to be talking about PHP 8.2, which is upcoming. We're going to be talking about dynamic properties. That's going to be deprecated, and there are some major impacts from that, and we're going to talk about that in the realm of WordPress itself. What are the impacts to WordPress? And not just the project, not just Core, not just Gutenberg project, but if you think about the community, all of you, some of you build plugins and themes, all the different plugins and themes that extend off of Core in some of these classes. How can we create a runway, a long enough runway that all of them will know, I need to fix this, I need to fix that, long before these deprecations become fatal errors, right? In the future. That's why we're looking at this. You may think it's just a deprecation. Who cares? I could turn it off. Users aren't impacted. That's correct. They're not impacted today. They will be in the future. And we need a long runway to solve these problems. And as you see, as we go through today, this is a big problem to solve. Okay. Now I'm going to kick it over to Juliette to provide some more context. Go ahead.
The runway for the deprecation of dynamic properties may actually be longer than normal in the PHP sphere, because normally when a deprecation happens, they straight away also vote on making something a fatal error in the next major. That did not happen with dynamic properties. And the biggest reason for that is that they had no way to scope the impact. So it was too soon to make that to take that vote. So for now, it's a deprecation. There are ways around it, ways to mitigate it for now. Some of those will continue to exist. Some of them may be removed in the future. And the actual vote of when it will be removed, it has been deferred to later. And that's going to be either PHP 9 or PHP 10. I suspect it may be PHP 10, but the impact of this particular deprecation and definitely the fatal error once it's removed is going to be extremely painful if we don't start mitigating now.
Right. So let's explain extremely painful so for folks to understand a little bit. What do we mean by that? When it becomes a fatal error, what do we mean by that? Well, there's an impact to users who want to run or at some point upgrade onto that version or later version of PHP. In other words, if Core and or plugins do not fix these particular deprecations that become fatals, when they upgrade, their sites go down. Fatal error. That's not good. Number two is if you run What was that?
Worst case scenario. Fatal
Worst
error.
case scenario.
But not ignorable.
Exactly. So that has to be fixed. And we need a long runway to be able to figure out how to properly fix it, not only in Core, but in the community. But think about, too, for the businesses out there, right? Think about the support requests and the added costs of if that happens, as well as the goodwill. So being able to anticipate that this at some point in the future will happen, let's go ahead and move forward and be proactive to resolve these issues. That's the point of having a deprecation, to let you know right here in the future, this deprecation becomes something that needs to be addressed. So start addressing it. Juliette.
Yeah, and it's not just addressing it in code. There's also plenty of not actively maintained plugins. So it's not just Core which needs to be ready. It also needs plugins to become ready, but it also may need end users or, the admin users to decide, okay, we need to move away from using a certain plugin to another plugin because this plugin is no longer maintained and is using dynamic properties, so will cause my site to go down once this actually becomes fatal.
Right.
So there's three different levels there of actions which need to be taken.
That's a very good point. All right. So hopefully we've laid out a good enough framework for you to understand that though today and tomorrow and in the short term, it's a deprecation. Users are not going to be impacted by a deprecation themselves, right? But you as a developer here with us need to be thinking about the future. How can you proactively be working on the things that you're actively working on? So we'll lay that out. And we invite you here today, as we're talking through, we're going to lay out the problem set. We'll lay out a bigger problem that Juliette found. And then we're going to start taking a look at patches and code and so on. And this is a live session. It's a working session. We invite you to work with us. Ask questions, join in. Hey, have you thought about? Brainstorm with us, right? So be here with us, join in. You are more than welcome to join us. Okay.
Should we take a moment to briefly outline what dynamic properties are? Because
Yes.
I can imagine not everyone may be as familiar with it.
Yes.
I suggest, I created some slides for this in December last year already.
I'm posting them
Just
right now.
those slides and just quickly talk through that so that everyone knows what we're talking about.
There we go. Okay. So you want to go ahead and, all right, I see you've put it up there. By the way, everybody. Okay, so I'm a committer and I'm all these things. There will be technical errors today, so it's okay. You can laugh. All right, there we go.
Properly big. Right, so what are dynamic properties? In this case, we have a class. There's a property declared ID. We're setting that property. That's not a dynamic property. That's a declared property which we can set. Initially, it's an uninitialized property, and we're initializing it by setting a value in the constructor. Now, if I do this field name, okay, so this class doesn't extend anything, so it can't be a property from the parent class. The property is not declared. Now we are basically magically creating a property on the fly. That's dynamic properties. However, this is not something which can only use within a class, can only happen within a class. It can also happen outside a class. So let's have a look at a couple more examples. And where's my mouse? Here we go. In this case, we have a parent class and a child class. Now, the protected property in the parent class can be set from the child. So in this case, field name is not a dynamic property, but we're setting a declared property. What about this example? Okay, we have fields. We're setting a dynamic property field name. Oh, but if we have a magic get or set unset method, then in this case it's not a problem, because this magic set method will store any undeclared properties into a collection, into an array where we're basically taking into account that dynamic properties should be supported for this class. Note that these are not good examples of how dynamic properties the magic method should be implemented, and my conclusion so far is we shouldn't actually be using them, but as it is, this will work. Now, what about ID here? Properties or variables in PHP in general are case sensitive. So lowercase id and id with a capital I are not the same property. So now we are setting a dynamic property, and this typo is one of the big reasons why they want to deprecate dynamic properties, except the majority of dynamic properties I've seen so far are not actually typos, but we might find some typos too. Apparently I didn't have an example in these slides with a property set from outside the class. I could do new fo and then new fo and set a property from outside the class, and that again will work and will create a dynamic property. And those dynamic properties are by nature public and have no type restrictions, obviously, because they're not declared with a type.
Set them publicly, so yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Does that help? Does that? Are there any questions about the principle of what dynamic properties are?
It's really important, folks, that you understand this. We're going to be dealing with dynamic properties. So just this right here If you're not quite sure, go back and rewatch. If you're here with us live, ask a question about it. After the fact, you can ask us in Slack or in the ticket, or just ping us and we can talk to you about it too. But it's really important to set up this entire conversation that you understand the differences here how you set up properties, how it can be done internally and externally. And then that will then guide us into the why this is going to be problematic.
Yeah.
Okay.
From a WordPress perspective, it's a little bit less obvious why this is bad, because like from a WordPress perspective, we're not using some of the newer PHP features like typed properties. So, if you're using a newer version of PHP, you can say not just public ID, but like public integer ID or public string ID. And then if you try to set that property to, an object or some other type, PHP will yell at you and prevent you from shooting yourself in the foot. So dynamic properties, don't have any type information about them. They're just public. Who knows? They're just, on the fly, and PHP can't prevent you from putting the wrong type of data into that slot.
As of 8.1, you can even have the read-only properties, and that's basically set once properties. They can only, they're generally uninitialized. They will be typed. They must be typed. You can set them, and then they can't be changed after that.
Right.
And as of 8.2, we can have read-only classes. That means every single property in that class will be read-only. But WordPress can't use it yet. One day. Beautiful day.
I'm kind of wondering if maybe it helps to then take from this definition. We've laid out what they are. Maybe talk about why it's important to, if you know the properties that this class needs to use, why it's important to lay them out initially, set them up. Maybe we want to talk right there first, and then we can go into the problem set. What do you think, Juliette?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's also a good step in between the going through this bit and then the solution bit. What are the options to mitigate deprecation? Yep. And I can show a list from the slide deck later on about that too. But yeah, let's talk about why it's important to declare properties.
Right.
And what are the use cases for having dynamic properties?
Absolutely.
Because there are use cases for that as well.
Absolutely. From an architectural point of view, and something I learned years and years and years ago, is you have a blueprint in your mind of what this class is supposed to be doing, right? And you know the attributes that you want to expose externally and you want to keep internally. You have this, if you're laying this out, you know what internally it needs to access and what you want to bring out. So, but by declaring that from the beginning, I want this to be public and I want this to be this data type and I want it to have this intent and this purpose, you're being very purposeful in the design of that class and how it's going to be used and how it can be inherited, right? So right off the bat, what I've seen is some folks don't go and declare these and instead everything is dynamic. But if you think about it, the class needs to know how it wants to work with all these different properties that are internally. So laying them out allows you to think through what should this class do? What are its attributes? What should those do? What shouldn't they do? Right? And then you can start to lay out your blueprint of what that looks like. Just from a big picture architectural point of view of how you think through designing these things. Now, there are use cases to where there may be something dynamic. But a lot of the time, too, even if you're setting up like a model, let's say we want a model. I want to model this data, and the data is going to be different, all different kinds of data. A post, for example. I'm going to pull in this. We still know a post has certain things about it. It has different attributes about it. Those are defined. They're in the database. They're through blocks. We know that they're going to have this, this, and that. And so you can predefine some of these things so that every single one follows this map of this is what a post is. This is what a model is, and lay that out. Now, let's start to talk a little bit more about that. Juliette, go.
Well, it's not just on top of that. instead of using dynamic properties, there are other better solutions. Instead of dynamic properties, you could, for instance, say, okay, yes, we want to allow extra table names in WDB, for instance. And we can have declared methods where we can register table names and retrieve all the available table names. When you do that, it becomes part of the design of the class and not just accidentally happening. When you use dynamic properties, most of the time it's unintentional and it's not part of the design, but once it started happening, you can't undo it.
Right.
You can't stop the flow of things going wrong, basically. If you design a class with the additional future things you want to support in mind, or the additional things you want to support in mind, and add specific methods to handle those things in place in the class, then it's part of the design and you don't have to rely on dynamic properties.
Mark.
There's this saying, a place for everything and everything in its place. And so it's kind of like, how do you organize a workspace? How do you organize a house? When you come inside and so you take your shoes off, you take your purse, your wallet, your keys, do you just put them anywhere? You just, dynamically put them into, the living room, throw them in the bedroom? Or do you have a key hook that says this is where the keys belong? You don't hang your hat there. You put your keys there. You don't put your keys someplace else. You put them there. Someone walks into your home and they can see, oh, that's where the keys go because there's the key hook. And so, like when a human is coming into your code and they see, okay, here's this class, and here are the declared properties. There's the key hook. There's where the wallet goes. They can see all that, and moreover, not just humans, the machines can see that as well. So like, the PHP compiler has to, take your code and make it executable in the most efficient way possible. And the less kind of on the fly dynamic behavior, the more optimized that can be.
And it also makes code more secure. I mean, if you have by design a register method, a get method, a method on the class to allow additional behavior, you can also validate. Mm-hmm. Like when a new table name on WDB is registered, you can validate that it's actually a table name which will work with MySQL and is not a hack to try and destroy the table.
Exactly. So think about that. If you're designing things, you want your code to act in a certain way. You're expecting it to behave in a certain way. If we don't think through what those things are, and we open it up that instead of hanging, we expect a key to be hung on that hook. But someone comes in and I'm going to hang my car there. We didn't expect that. All of a sudden, sites break and they get unexpected behavior and now you got unhappy customers. Yeah, so it might pull down your key ring too. But the point is that you're trying to mitigate anything that's unexpected by thinking through the scenarios and the use cases to design things that are resilient and validated. You can test it and you know what to expect out of it. And now it's stable for your customers as well to be able to use. So when you start to think about design and how you design these things, think about that too, that end state of, okay, now I've released it. I just open it up that anybody can do anything with it, and now things start blowing up. Right. So, okay. Does that make sense?
The Toyota Corporation came up with this concept. I don't know when this was, probably a very, very long time ago. But in Japanese, it's called poka-yoke, which is like mistake proofing. And it's like the idea that like if there's a machine that does some mechanical process, there should be no combination of buttons that you can press that will make the machine destroy itself or hurt someone or get into a bad state. And that's essentially what we're doing here with the code, is making sure that whatever you put into it, it's not going to take down the site, break the site, make the site insecure. That if you start to do a mistake, the software will intercept that and guide you and away from that mistake.
Yeah, I love that example because that was my first 20 some years in this business, was building automated equipment. And some of it was for Toyota. So that makes sense, right? Because you have to think about, in that realm, code makes machines run, machines hurt people. So you have to think about, if someone goes like this and mashes all the buttons and hits it with their elbows, that the machine knows how to react to that. Same thing in our code. Even though it's websites and it's digital, we still want expected behavior. So if your user is or someone's extending it, you know that it's being extended and operated in the way that you intended. Juliette.
At the same time, we have an added difficulty in WordPress, because a lot of the code from WordPress is from the PHP 4 days. Some might even be from PHP 3 days. That means that, things like visibility on properties did not exist in PHP 4.
Exactly.
Everything was var. So adding visibility, then basically everything was public. So if you now want to make something protected or private, you can't just do it because it's a BC break. Similar, if we were talking about designing things for intent, but we can't design existing classes for intent. That should have been done originally. It wasn't done originally. And now we have to figure out a way how to maintain the previous behavior, not break BC, and still make the code better and more secure and mitigate the PHP 8.2 dynamic property deprecation. So we are actually making our own lives very difficult with this no BC break rule.
Yes, but there's a good reason for it. We talked about it in the beginning, that it's for users. Users have confidence that they can push that button and upgrade, and that we've thought about backwards compatibility, that we've prioritized it. It's a cornerstone for us to be able to think about this so that users can have confidence to upgrade. That doesn't mean all the plugins and things won't have particular issues in them that need to be mitigated. But that's where that comes from. So we do have to work in that. So and I think that's really important, Juliette, thank you for bringing that up. That when we look at this code, you might think, it's in its day, that is how it was built. That is what was available then in its day. But we can't just say, let's just rewrite it today, because then we'll break that for all the plugins out there and so on. So we have to think about, how can we work within our sandbox? How can we work with that and also resolve some of these problems? Okay.
The only thing which we can at some point try to do, depending on whether it's possible within the framework we're working in, is sometimes add new functionality, which does things in a better way, and encourage people to start using new functionality and deprecate the old way of doing things.
Exactly.
It's not necessarily a clean solution, because those deprecations in WordPress Core are never removed. But at least it gives us a path to a better future.
Yes, absolutely. So also there is a lot of new being added, especially through feature plugins and so on, that are being added into Core. So when you have the opportunity to work on something new, you can use the things we're talking about today to intentionally design it in a purposeful way. For the older stuff, that's what we're going to be dealing with today. Trying to figure out, all right, what are we going to do with this stuff?
And some of that older stuff isn't actually old. It's actually been introduced reasonably recently, and that's kind of painful.
It is. It is. But this is our reality. And the thing that's when people will bring up to me, but why? We can go round and round and chase our tails for that. The answer is, this is our reality today. Now what are we going to do? All right.
How are we going to fix it? How are we going to improve this? And if we're talking how are we going to improve it, shall I briefly share my screen with typical mitigation options which are available when you have to deal with dynamic properties? Okay, so the first one is the easiest. If it's a typo, fix the bloody typo. Yeah, simple. Now, if it's a known dynamic property, if it's basically, and I see this particularly in test classes a lot, where dynamic properties are added on the fly to the test class, but they're actually named properties. They're named properties. We know the names. It's a limited set of names. which are in use, so declare them. Declare those properties, make them in test classes preferably private, and just be done with it. At that point, you're no longer using dynamic properties, you're using declared properties, and you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
The third one, now things get more difficult, unknown dynamic properties. This is, anything most of the time which is set from outside the class or from class extensions which you have no control over, or sometimes in the class when by accidental non-design you allowed for dynamic properties. In that case, there are two semi-stable solutions, well, actually only one, and that's extend standard class. Standard class is a PHP native class, which has highly optimized version of the magic methods. And that should allow to have the same behavior with before the dynamic property deprecation and after, without the deprecation notice. Magic methods I've been doing extensive research into, and my conclusion is I'm going to basically draw lines through, strike through that bit about magic properties. Seriously, that's not going to be a solution. Now, the last one is unknown use of dynamic properties. If you have designed everything not to use dynamic properties, you've really done the design correctly. But we are living in a WordPress world where, so there are plugins, there are themes, and they do things we don't know. We can't look at every single plugin out there to verify whether they are using the WordPress classes correctly. In that case, you could add an attribute, and the expectation is that that attribute will at some point in the future probably be removed, but for now it will mitigate things, and that is allow dynamic properties. If you add that attribute to the class, it will be inherited by child classes as well. So you only need to add it to parent classes, and again, it will basically hide the deprecation. The last
explain what this is, because a lot of people probably have not seen this syntax in the WordPress world.
Yeah, attributes are a PHP 8 feature. You can see the hashtag at the beginning. Because of that hashtag, prior to PHP 8, attributes will be regarded as comments, because anything starting with a hash was regarded as a comment prior to PHP 8. Now it's still regarded as a comment as long as it doesn't have the bracket after it. So because of that, using attributes is actually safe cross-version and cross-version compatible. You can add an attribute, and an attribute basically adds extra functionality either to a class, to a parameter, or to a method, a function. It can add validation. There's lots of things you can do with attributes. They're not very widely used yet. And there are a couple of PHP native attributes which will help with certain deprecations. Like, for instance, in PHP 8.1, there was a deprecation where the return type of methods where you overload a PHP native method, say you're implementing array access and you have the array access interface which you're implementing, or you're extending a class. I'm trying to think now if it's an interface or a class. But those classes, those interfaces have a certain method signature you have to comply with. Now, you have parameter widening. So if the method signature which you're overloading has a certain parameter type, the type you use can be wider. So not having a type declaration is fine, is not going to give an error. But return types can only be narrower. So once the original signature has a return type, you can only have the same return type or a more narrow one. So if it's false or null, Boolean or null, you can make it false or null, but you cannot, or you can make it Boolean or you can make it null, but you cannot say string Boolean or null. Mm-hmm. That would widen the return type. Now, return types are a PHP 7 feature. Mixed return type, union types, like I just gave the example, those are PHP 8 features. So sometimes when those PHP native classes and methods have gotten return type, you cannot yet add that same return type in your own code because of PHP cross-version compatibility of your code. If you support 7.3, you cannot start using the mixed type yet. So to allow for people to be aware of the problem, yes, you need to add that return type, but we will allow for you not to have that return type yet. There is an attribute which says, what is it? A return type
might change or something.
Yeah.
Return type will change, and you can add that attribute to the method, and then that deprecation will be suppressed for the time being, until, of course, that attribute will be deprecated or removed. And I'm not sure if that's planned for 9 or not, but yeah. So that's a way to help code be cross-version compatible in a way.
Now, notice too that you can add this attribute on, if you support 5.6 like WordPress currently does, you can still add this attribute. It's not going to affect on 5.6. So folks might be thinking...
That's because of the hashtag, which I said in
Correct.
the very beginning.
Yep.
Everything with a hashtag would be regarded
as a comment.
Prior to 8.
Yeah, just making sure everybody knows you can put it on cross-compatible code. It becomes effective and used later if someone is using a more current version of PHP, like in this case.
Correct. And the one thing which is not on this sheet, which I didn't put on the sheet because of WordPress, but should probably be there for those people who have more freedom than WordPress Core, and that is Refactor. Like we were talking about earlier, if you know what the design should have been, and you have the freedom to make BC breaks, make them and refactor your class to have that intent in the design of the class rather than use dynamic properties.
Yes, absolutely. I will also just point out, you heard Juliette said, although it says add magic methods, she did point out that she'd advise against don't add magic methods. Don't add them. Start putting that in her head. We used to think about years ago, oh, you just add these magic methods in and it magically solves so many problems. It actually creates more problems for you. So
we'll be diving into that a lot deeper in a moment, I think. When we're going to talk through the things, the impossibilities I found.
So start reprogramming your brains. We don't want dynamic properties. We don't want dynamic properties. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So sharing this, and everyone can find these slides on Speaker Deck anyway. Tonya posted the link. So if you want to look through them, you still can later on.
Yes. I'll also add them to the comments too, for the description of the live stream for us as well. So
excellent.
Okay. So let's see. I gotta reset this up again. Boy. There we go. Okay. So I think we've laid the groundwork pretty well. What do y'all think?
Well, we're 40 minutes in.
The problem within the problem.
Yep. Yeah, so maybe now we start to dive in a little bit more into some of the findings you have so we can define the problem space a bit more. But I think at this point, y'all at least now are aware of what dynamic properties are and how they actually dynamically, right? So how a property becomes dynamic and different ways to mitigate it. And then also the idea of you want control of your classes, so design them with that intent. Okay. Now, where do you want to go next, guys?
Maybe just like what our initial solution was. We could just talk through the process of, of how Julia came up with that, and then go move on to the issue that she found.
Yeah. Shall I just briefly introduce the 2 tickets which are open in WordPress Core about this?
Yeah.
And talk through what's happening with both.
Yep.
Okay, let's share screen again.
By the
So
way, both of these tickets are in the description of the live stream, so you don't have to search back through the chat to find them. They're right there for you with a quick link. Here's one, and I'll put the second one up for you all too in the chat so that you can open these up if you've got a way of viewing multiple monitors here. Go ahead, Juliette.
yeah, I think I posted a link in the chat and my link didn't come through again.
Of course.
So yeah, of course. So we saw in the slide just now the first two solutions is either fix a typo or declare a property. Ticket 56033 is about those issues. And everything I've so far been able to identify, and that's identified through looking at test failures, but also looking with static analysis tools to see if we could find the dynamic properties. Anything what was identified as in those two categories, typo or should have been declared, has already been fixed. There are patches open for this. And basically these tickets also contain like a similar introduction as what we just discussed in this stream. It also shows the 4 options to mitigate, and it limits this particular ticket to those typos and properties which should have been declared. A number of these patches have already been committed, the closed ones.
And the rest of them will be soon.
Yeah. So if I'll post this link as well. Well, I'll post it to Slack, and then Tonya can post it in the chat for YouTube. If you are interested, basically do a search on the WordPress Core repo for all the PRs which are marked with PHP 8.2. You'll see a number of them are closed, and a number of them are still open, and you can find most of these are to do with these the dynamic properties. There's one other ticket here still, which actually should be committed quite soon as well.
Before you go on real quick, there's been a discussion happening in chat that PHP 5.6 is a problematic thing for this. WordPress supporting, but at the same time, because of backwards compatibility, dynamic properties themselves, can we just talk a little bit about, is really 5.6 the thing that if we didn't have 5.6, we could fix dynamic properties right now in Core? Would that just drop? Right. So 5.6 really isn't the bottleneck.
Not for dynamic properties.
Not for dynamic properties. So
for something like the 8.1 return type will change kind of thing, where the method overloading, there 5.2 is a problem. Yes. Because we can't add return types. We can't add types. So for those things, 7.2 would definitely be a great step forward. 8.0 would be the next thing, the next step, but we're not there yet. That would help for the PHP 8.1 return type will change kind of things. Mm-hmm. For dynamic properties, 5.6 it does nothing. It doesn't make it more difficult or less difficult.
Right. So I just wanted to make sure that we all understood 5.6 support is not the issue. It will. Jumping off of 5.6 will not mitigate the issue of dynamic properties. So although we would like to get off of 5.6, and we will, once there's enough users have fallen below that threshold, we're not there yet. So the conversation about dropping support for 5.6 is based upon usage, the percentage of users, percentage of sites out there that are still on 5.6. And there's a different initiative that's underway for adding some more very prominent information into Serve Happy and into the site health. That is something that is being worked on for 6.1, WordPress 6.1 release. So anyway, if you're interested more in that, go join that effort. We've got to migrate more people and get them to upgrade off their PHP versions, and then we can drop support and raise it up with the goal of hopefully getting up to at least 7.2. But I just wanted to make sure everybody knew 5.6 is not the problem with what we're dealing with today. Okay. Sorry, right. Go back to what a little public service announcement.
Yeah, so then we have the second ticket, which I think Tonya already posted as well.
Yes.
56034. That's the one where we're dealing with known use of dynamic properties and unknown use of dynamic properties. So how to deal with that. And the original proposal was to create a trait. And I'm just going to create a little eval with sort of the idea which was there, forbid dynamic properties. And that trait would then contain a public function set, which would basically say if property exists, and I'm making this pseudocode, then name is value, and if the property didn't exist, let's throw a new exception. Well, let's make it an out-of-bound exception, which is the exception which I figured would be the best exception to use for that. Out-of-bounds exception, dynamic properties not allowed. Sorry?
Yep, disagreeing. Yep.
Okay, so this is like the basic frame of what a forbid dynamic properties trait would look like, and we'd add those to new parent classes, as in any class added since WordPress 6.1, and then we'd have a deprecate dynamic properties class, which would have not just the set method, but also the isSet method. It would also have the get method and the unset method, because then we have the complete set. And instead of throwing an exception, we would say trigger error, or a WordPress variant of it, dynamic properties are deprecated with e-user deprecated. What this would do, and we would still store the property not as a dynamic property, but in a collection. So we'd have a private property collection here, which is an array, and then we'd store things in that collection, which with the name as the key and the value as the value for something. So that way we'd get rid of the actual use of dynamic properties, but we'd backport the deprecation notice, and this deprecation notice would be in every single one of those methods, to make sure that people are aware that they're deprecated and that they need to redesign their code to not use the deprecation. So that was the principal proposal I did in 5634. Unfortunately, since then, I've found out this is not going to be possible. The reason for this is, and now we're getting into really, really complex territory. Basically, there's a number of things here. On the one hand, we'd add the trait to the parent. That means that those methods are basically composed into the parent class, so they behave as if they're in the parent class. Property exists will behave as if the method is called on the parent class, which, if a set is being done from a child class, then on the private property in the child class, then that should be allowed. But in the parent hasn't got access to the private property in the child class, so it will not see that the property exists. So that would still not work. Then the second thing, which is even more problematic, which I found, is that for declared properties, when do those magic methods get called? Well, if we look at the definition, this is the PHP manual about property overloading. I will post the link again in Slack so Tonya can post it in the chat. What it says here, a property overloading only works in object context. These magic methods will not be triggered in static context. What else does it say? It will trigger these when approaching inaccessible, protected, or private properties or non-existing properties. Now, what does that mean? Tonya, Mark? People in the chat, can you tell me what this means? And I know I've shared my findings with you already.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what people in the chat say.
What do y'all think? What's that mean? Chat?
It's a non-existing property.
Mm-hmm. They're all thinking.
And I see a remark from Daniel in the chat. Traits can't have their own properties. Actually, traits can have properties.
Can.
They can't have constants.
Correct.
Essentially just get copied into the class that uses them. It's just almost literally like copy and pasting, just saving you the copy paste.
Does that make sense there, Daniel? Just want to make sure. So yes, a trait can have a property.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel might be showing a preview of my solution.
I'll see if I can find the link here for y'all.
We'll get back to reflection in a minute as well. But yes, so what does inaccessible property, private, protected, private, or non-existent mean? Well, that means that anything that's undeclared, which is typically the dynamic properties we've been talking about, the magic methods will be called for that. But they will also be called in different circumstances. I'm going to show a spreadsheet I made. I'm hoping, it's at the right point. So if we're trying to access a property or modify a property from outside the class, for public declared properties which are set or uninitialized, the magic methods will not be called. In every other situation, it will be called. When we're calling when we're trying to access or modify a property from inside a class which contains the declared properties, for uninitialized and set properties, the magic methods will not be called. But this is the danger part. For unset properties, they will be called. And that's something I was not aware of prior to doing the research. That means that the property has been unset. It still exists on the class, but the magic methods are called. And the problem with that is, how do you determine from within these magic methods if the property, the reason the magic method is called is because the property is unset, or because it's uninitialized, or because it's inaccessible? Because like in a child class, they would be called for, they would not be called for public and protected method of properties of the parent, which are uninitialized or set, but they would be called for private properties because they're inaccessible from the child class. The child class can't access the parent's private properties. So they would be called for that, and they would be called again for the unset. Now, how do we differentiate between an unset property being the reason for the access to the magic method, or an inaccessible property?
Yeah.
Keep in mind that within the magic method, we do not know whether they were triggered from outside the class, or from a child class, or from the class we're in. And that's the biggest, the biggest problem which I discovered. We cannot distinguish between those two. We can't even use reflection for that. There is is initialized or a method in reflection property, but that's only since 7.4, and even that will not help us, because it will say true for uninitialized and for unset. It will help us a little bit, because for uninitialized, generally the magic method will not be called. But even then, that method is still is only available since PHP 7.4. We cannot use it with 5.6 being the minimum. So how do you differentiate if that private property if the magic method, when it's called for this private property, is that because it's inaccessible because we're in a child class? Is it because it's inaccessible because we're trying to access it from outside the class? Or is it because it's a property on this class, but it's been unset? Obviously, we can check if there's a value, but if it doesn't have a value, how do we distinguish between uninitialized and unset?
Question. For the unset, so if it's outside of the class, if an unset is called, it's going to, as we see here, it's going to call that unset. Okay. Within the unset magic method itself, are we able to block the unset characteristic so that it's not unsetting a property and just set it to null?
So for properties which are accessible within the current range, the current state, and which are declared, unset, the magic unset method will not be called.
Aha.
So it will only be called after the initial unset has been done.
Right. So it's unset. It's just eventually it gets around to calling the magic method, but by then it's already been unset.
Let me show you. So let me see which one is a good example. Okay, so this is a very basic example. We're just storing everything in collected, but what's important here is that it shows me whether it's running or the magic methods or not.
Okay.
So whenever the magic methods are called, it will show. It will also show whether property exists, except, probably should have used static class here. I might have a second one here somewhere where I do use static class. I've got too many of these open. But let's just use this one just for an example. So I have, in a parent class, I have test public, test protected, test private. And we have those three properties declared. And then I have a child class. I have the same methods, again, test public, test protected, test private. And then I'm trying to access the properties in the parent. There's no properties declared in the child. Mm-hmm. And then I have the same again outside the class, where I'm trying to access the public, the protected, and the private from the parent.
Okay.
So if we look at the results of that, you can see, so public out from outside the class.
Okay.
Okay, so here I'm doing an isSet, I'm doing a get. The magic method clearly isn't being called because otherwise we would get the notification.
Yep.
With a set, again, it's a public property, it's not being called. Mm-hmm. Now we're unsetting, again, the method is not being called. Then after the unset, I'm calling isSet and get, and now we see the magic method being called. You can see the inside here. Mm-hmm. The inside is an indicator, okay, and the running here, these show that the magic methods are being called. So initially, this public property being accessed from outside the class does not use the magic methods until the property has been unset. After that, it will use the magic method. And if
my mental model for unset was kind of like nulls it out, but it is more, it's deeper than that. Unsetting is like you don't exist and you never existed in some sense, which is very unexpected.
Not completely, because as you can see, after the unset, it will still say the property exists.
Right, but for the terms, in terms of calling the magic method, it sort of is like...
It's a different state of, basically properties can have 5 different states, if I remember correctly. And don't ask me the exact details, but there is discussion in the internals that maybe this should be simplified.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so if we just go from, okay, uninitialized, this was the first state, uninitialized.
Yep.
Then we've set it.
Yep. Then we unset it.
unset, and then only after, so an initialize doesn't call the magic method. Setting it again doesn't call the magic method, not when it's uninitialized initially. And then only after the unset, the magic methods get called. If we then, within the magic method, actually set the property and not save to that collection, then they wouldn't be using the magic methods after that again.
Yeah.
So if the
So
property,
like states 1 and 3, like almost should, like in my mind, they should be the same, but they're different. Like you get into that weird third state.
Yeah.
so unset, here we set it again, but I'm setting it, if we go back to the code, I'm setting it to a collection. So instead of actually setting the property, I could have done like if property exists and then set it to the actual property, and then we wouldn't be using the magic method again after. But now we are.
Okay. So going back then to that question that I had.
You look at the same, but then for the rest, let me post this link to this tree file in Slack as well.
Yeah,
to
I'll post that for you all.
You can see the difference, whether we're inside a child class, outside a class, private, public, protected, and how it behaves. We could adjust the code above here to take property exist into account. I have done that in one of the many evals I have open. But yeah, that's what this conclusion was based on.
Yeah.
This is basically the result of all those tests and the various variations I've done. So to unset a public property, the magic methods will still not be called. But once it's been unset, it will be.
Yeah. So then there's that disconnect that it was unset. Now it will go into the magic method, but by then you don't know the context of what unset it. So how do you know what to do next?
Yeah. And also remember that in the magic method, if we can either put it in every single class or just put it in parent classes, but that code is run within the context of the class in which the code is.
Yeah.
So if a child class, you have a grandchild object. Mm-hmm. So the object is based on a grandchild class. Now that, for whatever reason, a method in the child class gets called. The child class has a private property. That child class sets that property or does an is set on that property. And that child class, as it's a declared property, it's a private property, should have full access to that property.
Yep.
But if the property has been unset, the magic methods will start to kick in. But the magic methods, if they're defined in the parent class does not have access to the private property in the child class.
In the child.
Even though it can potentially maybe see that the child class has that private property, it cannot set it.
Yeah.
You will get a fatal error that the parent class can't set the private property on the child class.
Okay.
Why isn't the solution just to forbid unsetting private properties? Or part of the solution?
I would definitely be very much in favor of forbidding unsetting. At the same time, I did a scan of WordPress Core. And now I'm going to my command line. Whoops, here we go. Where I scanned Core, checking for do properties get unset. And they do.
Yeah.
And I've done a couple of variations where I was fine-tuning the sniff, which I used to do this inventory. And you can see, like in image edit, object R, this is from outside this particular class. Something is being unset here. Mm-hmm. Similar here and similar here. So there is some object and we're unsetting properties on it. I haven't looked deeper than that yet. I haven't validated all these findings yet. But it's not using this, so it's doing something from outside the class on which it's unsetting. Similar here.
Yeah.
In this case, unsetting something within the actual class that should probably have been reset to null.
Yeah.
So in this case, yeah, we can probably mitigate it by resetting to the default value. Similar here, but there are situations where, yeah, it's being done from outside the class, and mitigating might not be as easy, or there might be a good reason for it. Good reason at the time, it should have probably be written differently, but with the design of the code as is, it may not be as easy to get rid of all of them.
Right.
So you can see code samples of what's being flagged by this very preliminary, non-published, non-public sniff. Yeah. I just threw something together yesterday to get some insight into how big the problem is and where the problem is in WordPress Core.
Right. So we'll need to look at each of those then.
A lot of it is in tests, and in tests, I'm pretty sure we can find a solution. But
Sure.
yeah, you can see that it's not just in test; it's also in a number of other classes.
Okay.
Also, like what the solution might be could also cause problems. So let's say we identified all these scenarios and we changed them to null it out or set it to a default value. But I literally saw scrolling by subsequent code that was calling an is set on one of those values. So that code is going to break if we set, like instead of doing unset, we set something to null and then we do is set on it. Well, it is set, but it's null.
I think what you saw was probably these classes, which is literally where I'm testing this problem.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, for those, we're going to ignore it.
No. It was in the image editor.
Yeah.
As you were. Yeah. So.
Yeah, we would have to then change that is set.
Right. Yeah. So it's not just the unset. We also have to look for is sets on things that were unset to make sure that we're doing the correct logic.
I can see where you're saying is set, but it's doing an is set on a different property than the unset.
Right. But I'm just saying that made me aware that it could be a problem where if maybe there's an unset called on that object F in some other
down lower
warning. Yeah.
The problem is if there's a magic method. But then those magic methods, which I envisioned, with what I outlined so far, I don't think that it's going to be possible because within the magic method, we don't have an idea of the context from which triggered the magic method to be called. And we can't distinguish between inaccessible or unset.
Right. So Dennis is asking a question around that.
See.
We're not going to be able to reliably create magic methods which will not break BC in other ways.
Yeah. Just thinking out loud, Dennis has a question here. So could we poke around the garbage collection, seeing how many unsets have been called and try to compare it with how many properties were set? He says, just thinking out loud.
I think not, because so you have a protected property and then you have a subclass that then calls an unset on that protected property. It's allowed to do that. And I don't believe it calls the magic because it's allowed to have access to that. So we'll just unset it directly. And you have no way of incrementing the counter to know that it has happened. Like I thought, like there's some like really, there's some solutions that you could have that we probably don't want to do. Like instead of just having a trait, you also like have some additional methods on that trait that you then call in the constructor to say that kind of like set up the like the context of which properties, what default values they should have, and you can get really like it's probably not achievable. So I thought about that. So I do have maybe a potential solution. Granted, Juliette only told me about this yesterday morning, so she's been working on this problem for days, and I've only been thinking about it for one day. So I propose this
and
only.
never mind. I mean, I've been thinking about this for a while,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm not claiming to be the smartest person in the room. There may be, there are definitely more smarter people out there, so there may be a solution. I just haven't been able to come up with it yet.
Yeah. And by the way, everybody listening and watching, just ask questions, throw them out there, because that might spark somebody to go, oh, wait a minute, let me think about that. Right. So Dennis, thank you for bringing that up, because we did think about it. And later on, we might go, wait a minute, that might be viable with X, Y, and Z. So just throw them out there. This is
Like
brainstorming.
maybe later on PHP adds some other magic method that is like some meta magic method that gets called all the time, and you can hook in and do counters and do crazy stuff like that. So like maybe that sort of thing will become feasible in the future. So it's a good thought to have for sure.
Yes,
And in
definitely.
other languages that might be achievable in like a really meta language like Ruby or something, where you can like add methods onto Booleans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Think outside the box. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good thought, because I've used that strategy in other languages to be able to
Yeah.
achieve just that. You need to control and understand what's happening in garbage collection so that you are clearing the right state that you want. So yeah, it's a good thought.
The problem, though, then is even if PHP would add these kind of features, we would still need to raise the minimum PHP version to be able to use them.
Sure.
And that may take another 5 years before we have, or well, more likely another 15 years before we have 8.2 as a minimum.
Correct.
Or 8.3, which would be where any new features now would go.
Okay. Did
You
you
want
want
to
to
see my
show
solution
yours?
to?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Let's see if this flies. Oh, I guess I have to press the button. That'd be helpful. Share screen. There we go.
Look away from the technical problems.
Yeah, we're gonna see some of us will disappear, some of us will reappear. You can probably put us in the lower right would probably be a good place to put the humans.
Hold on one sec. Okay, there you go.
Okay, so I just spun up a class, Foo, which is using this trait forbid dynamic properties, which we'll look at later. And this is very similar to what Juliette did. So yeah, kind of had the same way of thinking about it. So I have a public property called public with a value of public, protected, 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 and private, private, private. And then I have a setter for the protected. So this sets the protected property to some new value. I have a getter as well, so that I can access it in the tests from outside the class. And I have an unset on protected, and I also have get on private, and for some reason I have it on public, just for completeness. Extending from that, we have a child, which has obviously has all the parents' properties, but then it has some of its own, and then some accessors. I actually don't think I'm using those. And I went one layer deeper with the grandchild. And none of these are using the child and the grandchild are not using the trait. They are just inheriting it from the main class. And then, so go ahead.
Because otherwise you get conflicts because the trait has the same methods in child and parent composing them in. So otherwise you can't have the child class also use the trait. It needs to inherit from the parent.
Right, because yeah, it'd be like you're copying and pasting the same method name 3 times, and method already exists. All right, so let's see, some tests. This is just a normal test to make sure that we can get all that data that I initialized. So that's just make sure everything's working right in the PHP world. And then, let's see, make that wider. This is just some tests to make sure that the forbidding of dynamic properties is working. So this is just getting me instances of those classes. So this is going to send me a foo instance, a foo child, and a foo grandchild, and that's just going to be set to this variable foo. So I'm expecting that if I access dynamic, which is a property that does not exist, so I'm trying to access a dynamic property, I'm expecting it to throw this exception. And then, so that's for the double underscore get. This is the test for the double underscore set, where I'm setting a dynamic property. This is the test for the is set, and then this is the test for the unset. So that's just making sure that it will properly, that those magic methods will properly say, like, nope, you're not supposed to be using dynamic properties. And let's see. And this is unsetting a public property in the class. So I'm expecting that the public property is going to start out with public. And then I'm from with outside the class, I am unsetting it. And then I'm expecting that to immediately be null. And then I am setting it from outside, and I'm expecting it to go back to its previous value, right? And I should be able to do that because that's a public property. And then here's the real danger here. Unsetting a protected property makes it return null. So that's when I call this unset protected, which is a method from within. So that should make it become null. But what I don't want is, after I unset it, I don't want it to be the case where now it can be publicly set from outside. It still needs to obey the access control. So it's just because we said unset, and now the code path is going through those magic methods, I don't want to be able to do that. So this test, I'm trying to set it to overridden, and my assertion here is saying you shouldn't be able to do that. It should still be null because it was unset. But if I am calling from, if I'm trying to override the value from within, even after it's been unset, then that should be allowed. These assertions all making sense? This is kind of like the ideal state of how things should be working.
Yeah, and then we need to add private in the mix at some point as well. But this is
yeah. So the reason I didn't do private was that maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way, but I think private should just be a sniff test and a policy whereby you don't unset your own private properties. Because anyone who extends your class can't unset your private properties, right? Because they're not protected. Protected allows anything that extends it to access it, but private just locks it right in. So no one actually can extend and unset, and then no one can publicly with a public instance of your class, they can't unset it because it's private. So the only way that it would be unset on private is if you are yourself doing that in your code. And I think that's the sort of thing where we could have sniff tests and just a policy of, hey, let's not unset our own private properties because that causes issues in the magic methods.
100% reliably detect with a sniff, but we would be relying on outside tooling for people to do it right. Which is obviously dangerous because not everyone uses the tooling correctly, and we can enforce it for core, but it doesn't solve the wider problem.
Right. It's not the full mistake proofing like I was talking about, but it is kind of a like a guideline at the very least that you can do this, but you're going to have a bad time because it's going to break. So yeah, this is my just ideal how it should work in protected properties. I was going to do private. I ran out of time last night. So anyway, these tests actually do all pass. So
show us the rates.
Yeah, you're like, shush. I need to see. All right, here it is. Forbid dynamic properties. Okay. So I have a setter, and it's checking to see if So the property does not exist, and there's a helper that implements that. It throws the exception. Else if the property can be accessed through the current calling context, then I do set it. And then the other ones are essentially going to be all the same, where if it doesn't exist, it's forbidden. But if it can be accessed, then I allow the call to kind of happen.
One small remark. If you for the forbid, you actually only need the underscore set method. The other methods, as long as dynamic properties cannot be set, the other ones can just defer to PHP native behavior because
True.
Yeah, we don't actually need them.
Fair, yeah. No, I mean they're all essentially implemented the same exact way. So yeah. That'll be interesting. So yeah, here let's what happens if we do this?
Comment about.
Well, the error message is slightly different, obviously, which you might need to adjust in your test. But in principle, they should error message, just a slightly different one, the PHP native one.
Yeah, because I'm getting the undefined property from PHP native. All right, so I'm going to put that back just so the tests don't blow up unnecessarily. So property can be accessed. That's how I implemented this. So if it's a public property, then yeah, it can be accessed. Otherwise, I'm doing a backtrace to see how it was called and to see if it was called by a class that extends from this class.
The problem, I did think about a solution along those lines. The problem is we're creating a performance issue then.
Yeah.
So I did my best to mitigate that. So it backtraces 3 levels, which is how far I need to go. And I am using, so that's the second parameter that tells you. So normally if you do debug backtrace, it'll go back to the beginning of time where like the first initialization of PHP. So by setting that to 3, it stops digging after 3 levels. And by passing this first parameter as this debug backtrace ignore arguments, then it doesn't figure out what arguments were passed to those method calls, and it's slightly more performant. However, we would have to look at what this does with tens of thousands of calls. So to be clear, I wasn't focused primarily on performance. I was just like, is this even
get it working.
possible? Is there any path in PHP code? So this essentially looks, debug backtrace is like, how was I called? How did PHP come to this line of code? And it's going back 3 layers because it has to get from this property can be accessed to get back to this dynamic property, and then it needs to go back. It needs to go back one further to get to the actual method call. So so that does actually work, but performance might be an issue. And then to use the public properties, I use reflection. So I think Dennis or someone else was saying, so reflection is just like PHP looking into itself and getting information about the current class and how and what it has on it, etc.
You can directly use reflection property there. You don't need to go via reflection class, I think. You can just use reflection property, and then there are methods called is private, is protected, is public.
I see.
So you can use.
So I see what you're saying. So you're saying I just use let's see. So reflection property, and then
this with the what is it? I think it's this name.
It's public. Is that it?
And
you think there's an is?
Let me post in Slack.
Non-static method. So we need an instance of reflection property.
Yeah, there's a constant on there. So
I've posted
Yeah.
the snippet in Slack, so you can see it. And actually, I might be able
New
to post
property, this name, I see.
to the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I also shared a link to the PHP manual so you can all see that page.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're doing here is we're just spinning up the new object, and then we have the parentheses around it so we can chain right off of that new object without having to set it to a variable. So just getting that new, and then is public.
If
So,
we may want to set it to a variable if we want to call both is public and is protected, because
well, this
otherwise
one just is public property. So I have other logic elsewhere. So let's see if this works. No problem. We'll just do that for thinking. Okay. Still passes. Great. Simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then property exists. I don't know if this was actually necessary, but I was I ran into some of the same issues you had where sometimes property exists returns false in situations where I wouldn't expect it to. So I was using the static class, and then I was also digging up to the parents. Don't know if that ended up being necessary.
Yeah, the risk you run there is that it will say, okay, so I've done some digging into property exists as well. And that gives very interesting result because it it returns a value depending on where the actual method is, which is using property exist, and it depends on whether you use this or static class. I can show.
I did use static. I did use static class, so I'm not using. Static class just returns like the string of the fully qualified class name. So I'm not actually using the instance anywhere. And then get parent class should do the same thing, return essentially the static class of, or the class of the parent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I definitely think this is creative and could get us closer to a solution. I do very much worry about performance of this, because we're talking methods which are going to be called so much. At the same time, this kind of code would only really be hit for the inaccessible properties and unset declared properties. It would not be hit for the properties which actually exist.
Yes.
Sorry, for the non-existing, for the dynamic properties, which is the main thing we want to handle. Similar to you,
we don't get to this code branch unless this exception was not thrown. Right.
Correct. And similar to you, I created some test classes like what you did. What I did there on top of what you did, obviously slightly different test code, but the principle is the same. What I did is I created 3 situations. One, what is the behavior PHP natively? Mm-hmm. One, what is the behavior if we extend standard class and don't do anything else? And then the third situation is, what if we use a trait? The forbid dynamic properties trait, obviously a slightly different variant than the one you're just showing now. And then basically for the PHP native and for standard class, I use the exact same data provider. I expect this. I want to see that they behave exactly the same. And for the dynamic properties forbid trait, I used again the exact same data provider with only for undeclared properties an expectation for and maybe for the private unset ones, an expectations like dynamic properties are forbidden. So it might be interesting to grab your trait, put that in, combine that with my test classes, and see how that
would be very interesting. Can you show the property exist again, Mark? That method?
Yes, I can. Property exists.
That's going to get hit. So I'm just curious. Okay. Yeah. It's pretty harmless. All right, good.
It's not so bad. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just the property exists, and
Right.
as soon as it finds it, it
And a little while
returns,
loop. Yep. Okay.
and
Yeah,
it's just
that's not too
while
bad.
just digging up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not hitting reflection or anything else or backtrace at that point then. So really the performance hit then is only if you get past that to where you get down to where you're throwing. Okay. Interesting.
Now I'm going to make sure we actually named our traits exactly the same, which makes this a
You
very
did.
easy.
So, yeah, you can literally just paste it in. It's yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
there's no names. Oh, actually,
doing.
sorry. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't copy the namespace, but yeah.
removing the namespace, but other than that, I'm just pasting it in. Shall I
Yeah. Let's
show?
switch screens. So let's
Switch to
see
you.
what it does. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had originally this code with a lot of remarks and an out of bound exception. So maybe I should actually have that out of bound exception here, so that the expectation which I set for it being an out of bound exception will
Yes.
match.
Yes.
And I did not implement the get is set unset because, in my opinion, if you
Yeah.
can't set dynamic properties, we won't need them. Other than that, I'm going to leave your class in place. So that's the only thing I've changed. Removed the namespace, change the exception, and then remove the extra methods. You can see this is my test class, and I still have some notes of adding extra tests. Let's show the original bits first. Okay, so PHP native standalone class fixture, where I'm declaring public, protected, and private with the default value, the same but then uninitialized, and then the unset variants, which I'm unsetting in the constructor. So as soon as that class is initialized, they'll be unset. And like you, I had accessors from inside the class to do the inside class. Similarly, I have one where I use the trait with, other than that, the same thing. In this case, not the accessors, because the accessors in this one are in the child, but the child also has this whole set of properties. And then I also have the same thing basically with extend standard class. Again, a standalone and a parent-child situation, which with the accessors again, with the unset. So all of those situations, all three of the situations, PHP native, extend standard class, and use of the trait, have fixtures which basically look exactly the same. I'd want to extend them further, but this is a good base setup. And then in the test class, I have some simple methods which just say use this class fixture. Other than that, forward it, and so there's a set of four for the PHP native, a set of four with standard class, a set of four with the trait. Each of them have their own data provider. And then if we look at the verify, here we do new class and then do an set with an expectation. Here we do from outside the class with, depending on what the expectation for get is, it will either expect an error, a warning, or a notice. This is very much PHP native behavior to check that it will handle that, or it will get the property. Similar with sets, etc. And if we then look at the data providers, basically they give the name of the property I want to look at, and then expectations, what should be returned for isset, get, set, and unset for that particular property. And for things like the typical errors, the undefined error or the no access error, those are defined as constants above, so we can just use those constants as placeholders instead of spelling everything out every single time.
Sure.
So this is the simple one from outside the class PHP native. Now, for that, the only expectation which should change if we use the trait is that an undeclared property should have when we're trying to set it, should have an out-of-bound expectation for the out-of-bound exception. We're forbidding the dynamic property. Other than that, it should behave exactly the same as the native PHP version. And standard class, I was hoping and got it confirmed that it behaves exactly the same as PHP native. So again, similar group of sets again for what happens if we do a call from inside the class with, again, all those properties with the expectations, and only undeclared property has a difference. And then what if happens if we do the same from inside the child class, and all those expectations. And now we have 4 different ones which change, because the private property from the parent should also get an out of bounds now. So other than that, they should all be the same. So let's see.
Yeah, let's run it.
Earlier I already ran it with my own code, and you can see there are failures.
How many? Count them. Let's see.
6 here.
6 failures, 1 error.
1 error with 459 tests and 695 assertions. Yeah, let's try it again. Oh yeah, use statement has no effect.
Oh, use statement is, yeah, that wasn't necessary.
Okay, we have 9 failures.
Ooh, no, that's more.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but let's have a look at them.
Yeah, look at the ones that failed.
Okay, so property set from outside the class with the trait, where the protected property has a default value, should in a, okay, so that should throw an error in certain situations, no access error. Yeah, because we're trying to access a protected property from outside the class. That should throw an error saying that you don't have access to that property, and it's not throwing that error. And that's similar to what the problem I had in mine. That's exactly.
And that's a dynamic property? No, it can't be a dynamic property.
No. Declared protected property with a default value, but we're trying to access it from outside the class. And you don't have access to a protected property from outside the class. So PHP natively would throw an error, a no access error. We look at the top with the constant, cannot access private protected property. That's the error which I'd expect. And the trait as is does not throw that property for, does not throw that error for outside class. Then
so yeah, it's being run because you don't have access to it, and so like the magic ones get called not just when it doesn't exist, but when it does exist, but you don't have access to it.
Yeah, and to be honest, these are the same errors I saw in my own one. So they were in that respect they're the same. I had trouble with that one as well, because it's difficult to distinguish whether we're outside, the call comes from outside or not.
Right, so we should be able to do that though, because we just would need to add an else after, because I'm already checking if property can be accessible, and so it should just be else, and then you throw that. That seems fixable.
Here we get a reflection exception, and here as well, and that's for private properties in the parent when we try to approach them from inside the child class. These are not in, these are new errors basically, and that's all those 3. And then this one I think is something which I probably still need to fix in the test code. Shall I zip up my directory and share that with you? Let me stop sharing that, because now we're getting into my file system, which is not really all that useful. And as I say,
have it up on GitHub.
The tests I created aren't extensive enough, but they are a pretty good start to compare the different behaviors between PHP native and what we're doing, and whether we are creating a BC break or not. Because one thing I also want to avoid, and I think this is an important point, is I want to avoid us hiding errors which PHP natively would throw.
Yes.
Because if we're hiding errors, we're not helping developers.
Correct.
We need developers to see those errors so they can fix their shit.
Right. Mark, is it okay to share a link to that, to your repo?
Go ahead. That's a public repo. Yeah.
I basically added my tests in the test PHP unit test compat directory, and I'm zipping the files which are within that directory. So you might need to have a quick look how to place those files correctly for them to be picked up. And the reason I placed them in the compat directory is the compat file is largely about PHP cross-version compatibility, like where we have functions which are polyfills for new PHP functionality, which we wanted to add to WordPress ahead of dropping the minimum version or raising the minimum version. So this felt like it was appropriate to be in the compat directory as well. And yeah, obviously I should, let me copy and paste that thread as I have it now. So then we are completely in sync.
Okay.
And yes, it's with YouTube, it's not as easy to share these kind of files publicly. But no doubt at some point we'll create some branches on the WordPress.org repo on GitHub, so everyone can see what we're working on.
Right, so bear with us.
Brainstorming, it's kind of useful to be able to at least share what we're working on. And actually, one of the things, let me share screen for that again.
Sure.
One of the things, you can see I'm using a var of PHP unit to run it. And if I go all the way up, it should tell me, okay, so I was running it on PHP 8.1.8. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we want the code to work the same in multiple PHP versions. So I have a little script set up called PHP unit 8.2, which will run these same tests against PHP 7.4, 8.1, and 8.2. And obviously I could add 5.6 to that. Shall I add 5.6 to that as well?
Sure, go for it.
Let me just add 5.6 to that, and that's just uncomment that. Any other version of PHP you want me to run it on?
No, I think that's probably good.
5.6, 7.4, 8.1, 8.2. Sorry? If I just run this, it will just go through all those versions one after another. Okay, so on 5.6, I get an error straight away, but that's because I haven't removed the use statement yet. Where is it? Here. Let me... It is still running. Okay, so this was that use statement issue, but it did run the tests. It throws 1 error and 9 failures. Again, 1 error and 9 failures. 7 errors on PHP 8.1, I think. No, 8.2. 8.2 beta.
Okay.
So 7 errors on PHP 8.2 and 9 failures. So for PHP 8.2, this definitely needs more work. That 1 error, as I say, I think there's probably still a typo somewhere in my test, and you can see that on every version. Those 9 failures we saw everywhere as well, but there's 6 more errors now on PHP 8.2. But then again, this is not an unexpected one, so probably the test should be adjusted
Yes.
to expect the undeclared property deprecation on 8.2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see about the rest. This one is one, I think this is PHP native. So again, this should be expected. This should be expected. This should be expected. Yeah. So this is something I need to adjust in the test. The initial version of my test was get it working on one PHP version before I then expanded to more versions.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I hadn't run them against 8.2 yet. Okay. Clearly. But yeah, I am very curious to see what the performance would be like.
Yeah. I think for that one is one, get it working, and then we can come back and evaluate the performance on it too, kind of the same approach. Because that may then, it may then lead us to, what else could we be doing there to tweak some things? But yeah, backtrace gives us the ability to look back and figure out where the offender or what the context is. It's just
and you are limited correctly, which is absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
It's still a function which definitely is known to potentially have performance impact. And definitely if we use it that often, because any dynamic property access, where the property potentially exists, would be calling it. And it's because we're using the magic method that is not transparent to the actual end user, that those kind of functions are being used under the hood.
Yeah, the only thing with that, if we think about it, is the problems in core could be mitigated, right? So it's never going to hit that. The extenders themselves, so all the different plugins that may potentially hit it, we'd want to think about scoping it such that it's only going to hit it when it's absolutely necessary. And then I wonder too if we would also provide a way for them to opt out of it if it's something that the one plugin is working on, but they don't have a solution yet as well, so that there's not a performance issue potentially. But anyway, what I'm saying there is there might be a way for us to think more about, we know there'd be a performance hit, but trying to scale it down so that it's very specific when that's going to hit. And then provide different ways, because the point of it is to alert, you've got a problem, you need to go fix it. We can fix it in core, but outside of core, this is to alert you, but we definitely don't want to cause you performance issues that are going to affect users as well. So, yeah. But anyway,
the only normal situation in which the backtrace should get run is when you're extending and unsetting, and then
it's that unsetting.
It's that unsetting reaccessing. I think that's the only time it runs.
Isn't it also when you're extending and it's an inaccessible property from the current context?
Sure, but that's not gonna work anyway. So I don't know if, should we care about the performance impact of them hitting a brick wall?
You're going to end up in the same place. Yeah,
it hits once and then boom,
Yeah.
But at least it provides more information to them before they hit that brick wall. So I think you're right in that one. It's more the
Okay.
unset. And the unset we can also deal with, as you said, by saying that our standard is not to unset. And that doesn't mean in userland that it's not going to happen, but,
Okay.
hopefully.
There's two things I want to say about this now.
Sure,
I
go for it.
think it's a great proof of concept.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark, for using your brain power on this as well. I think it would be great if between the two of us we work on expanding and fixing the tests to see if we can work this into a wider test coverage and make sure that it actually is 100% stable
Yes.
in all situations we can think of. So that we don't have to do that in this call, but
Yeah.
we can probably work on that somewhere in the next few days. The other thing I'm thinking about is we're not going to be the only project having this problem.
That's true.
And yes, we want to backport the deprecation, which may be an edge case. At the same time, the forbid dynamic properties is something which I presume more projects want to do anyway. So maybe this is something we should publish as a separate project, a separate package available on Packagist, and WordPress can then use it. It will have 100% test coverage for the traits it provides. It will just do this one and only thing. But then other projects will have it available as well for use. And that also means it would then also become available to plugins and themes, which, while I initially said, let's not make this available for plugins and themes and mark this very private to WordPress, because yeah, more than anything, we want dynamic properties to be solved. But yeah, for forbidding them, this would actually be a good solution also for for plugins and themes.
Are you thinking something that we could just open up a repo for containing this package and we just put it on the WordPress account then, and that way?
So
Yeah, I
something
think
like
so
that.
too. Yeah, and then WordPress itself can just consume it. Gutenberg can consume it.
Yeah. What do you think, Mark?
I, I mean, like many WordPress plugins themselves have plugins that extend it, so they're sort of in the same situation as us, where they're worried about kind of downstream, code consumers running into these problems.
And yeah, it's not just WordPress which has this problem. I mean,
Oh no.
Drupal, etc. So, and this is very standalone as a solution. So we could, yeah, I think publishing this as a separate package would be a great gift back to the wider PHP community from the WordPress community.
Yeah, and like to PHP itself, because like you said, they don't have a timeline for necessarily turning this into an error. They put it in 8.2 as like a deprecation, almost as like a fact-finding mission to see like what
Yes.
the impact would be on the PHP community. It's like this conversation and this work we're doing is like part of that feedback loop to them. So like, at some point, like they might see like all the caveats that we found with the magic methods and stuff, and realize that the impact of this is a lot greater than they imagined, and maybe think about a different timeline, different solution for this problem.
Or they may also then open up to start to think about how to also solve some of these problems, like the inconsistencies of what happens with unset, which ultimately, if that got solved, if it was much more consistent with some other languages in that way, then some of the work doesn't need to be there.
I think we talked about that when it was just the three of us prior to the stream starting.
Yeah.
The unset behavior as it is, that the fact that properties can be unset is at this moment by design. There has been discussion about deprecating that behavior and removing it.
Mm-hmm.
The big problem there is that it's used for lazy initialization. And what that means is basically what I showed in the test. You have properties, you unset them, and then the magic get methods will just fill in the values, lazily fill in the value when it's actually used. That's particularly used in Doctrine, but also in some other packages. And breaking those would obviously have quite a big impact on the larger PHP
Sure.
ecosystem.
Mhm.
So that discussion, which did get started at some point, has been, has died down. And I'm not sure. I'm hoping that maybe this deprecation of dynamic properties and the problems we're seeing because of unset properties might reinvigorate that discussion.
Yeah, so other languages I've used in the past because unsetting a property was pretty common in some other languages to be able to do your garbage cleanup right away. I need to, as I'm closing out this object and I'm cleaning it, I'm going to unset these things. Or at some state, I need to clean these things. So the unset doesn't necessarily have to go away per se, right? To remove that, but it would need a way to bind and sync between the two, so that this has been unset. So this behavior over here would know about that. I don't know what that looks like, but really it's that correlation between the two. It's unset, but now the magic method gets called or something else happens that expects it. What do you do? How do you bind those two together without putting a backtrace in? So if there was a way even just to bind those two so that that would be helpful.
There's also,
property was unset.
Yeah.
It's like some magic method that you could hook into.
Yeah.
It's like there's a number of roadways which can be taken. Either when a property is unset, the magic methods don't get called unless the property is inaccessible.
Yeah.
That's one.
That's one.
Possible.
Yep.
The other one would be instead of having a separate unset state, revert back to an initialized state if a property is unset.
Mm-hmm.
The third would be far more userland. Basically, have a reset method in your actual class
To reset
which
back.
resets properties to their default values.
Right. Which is something I've seen too being used, and that's pretty handy in some situations. So,
and that might be in some situations which we'll be looking at a solution which we should be using.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, instead of I'm just going to throw this away, reinitialize it back to where you want that default value to be, which is really kind of what you're doing anyway, right? When the intent a lot of times when you're unsetting is to just whatever those values were, I just want to get that memory out. I want to clean that out. But yeah, getting it back to some known state is also a good thing, whatever that initial state is.
And there's definitely going to be more options, but
oh yeah,
I think it would be really helpful to restart that discussion in PHP Core probably.
I think so too. I think that would be a very interesting, mostly with what we're finding here. This is what you have found and its impact across. It's not just going to be WordPress, as you said. This is going to be an impact across the wider PHP community to know that, what are you going to do here? All right. So, yeah.
Yeah, my thread on Twitter, once I started posting about these things on Friday, has gotten quite some retweets and likes and traction and responses as well.
That's good.
Yeah, for now, I think we have a proof of concept for
Yes.
the properties.
Yeah, it needs to be tweaked, but yeah.
And expanded further. We need to get a repo set up then in the WordPress GitHub organization to put all this information and work on it together. Do we need to ping someone to get that repo set up? Can we create a repo ourselves? I don't think so. But
I usually end up pinging Dion, and he sets these things up for us. This is who I ping. But do we have a name that we want to call it? And that's something we don't have to decide that now. Between us, we can come up with a name, and I can ping to get it set up for y'all.
Dynamic property utils. Dynamic properties utils as a suggested name.
Do you like that, Mark?
Are you muted, Mark, or is your sound just very low? I didn't hear your response.
No, but that's a good name.
Okay.
Okay, dynamic properties utils as at least a definitely name for the work in progress, and we can see.
We can always tweak it. At least it's a starting point. So it sounds like I'll get a hold of Dion, get that set up so that we have a place where it can land. Taking the two concepts, which you've already kind of bound together, but bound them together and then work on refining that more so we can get it working, improve the concept, right? Further, take it a little bit further, and then start thinking about from that point, one, does that solve the problem? Then we start thinking about creating a package out of it that can be consumed. And then we have to also then take a look at how we can understand what the performance impacts are going to be when it does hit in there, and can we wrangle that down to be able to say it's only going to hit in these situations and try to mitigate some of that. And then
We'll probably need to use something like a Blackfire to do some
Yes.
thorough testing with performance.
Yep.
And one of the ways I sometimes do that is actually use Blackfire on the test runs. If we have a wide enough test suite, use it on the test runs and split those to different test streams. So PHP native, standard class, and these property of these traits, and then see the difference in the test performance, because that will hit every single situation.
Yeah, we might even want to consider providing different plugin authors the ability to opt out of hitting down into that performance issue until they're able to solve their problem, so that their users don't end up having the performance issue if they have a problem. Just raising it as something to consider, but what we might want to do once we get this repo set up is maybe just take some of these ideas and just create different issues for discussion threads that we can go through and think about all the different scenarios. All right, so
I don't create at this moment. I don't. My current thinking, I don't think we can create a way to avoid the performance problem without breaking BC.
Yeah.
But we'll let's talk about that more in that repo and work on that further. For now, I think it might be a good idea to switch off the traits.
Yep.
And have a look at the magic methods which are currently in place in Core, and revel in the horror of what we're seeing, and then figure out what we can do about that.
Why don't we, before we do that, we've been streaming for a while. Everybody, let's go take a break. And then we'll come back and we'll dive into something new. I think we achieved a pretty good goal of what we had, was to all of us come together and brainstorm, understand the problem, and come up with a proof of concept. And we've achieved those goals. So now let's move on to the next thing and then schedule some time to work on furthering the proof of concept and get it to a workable state. So.
Yeah, well, Tonya, you, me, and Anton, who's also, I think, watching this stream,
Hey, Anton.
we have some days blocked off to continue work on this anyway.
Yeah, so, Mark, you're invited too if you want to come and do that. But we've already scheduled 2 different working sessions of 3 days each to work on taking proof of concepts and building them and getting them working. So maybe in the initial state would be something you can come and share some ideas with on, and I'll share that with you all later on. Okay. Yeah. Break?
Yes, break 5 minutes, and then let's continue and look at some of the magic methods which are already in place.
All right, everybody listening, take a break. Go get something to eat. Stretch your legs. See y'all in 5.
Hi. How do you manage to like black out your screen without losing the connection to the call?
I have a video box that I use so I can just switch input sources, and I have one of them that is set to nothing, so I can just go, and then it just goes to black. Yeah.
However, it just lost the connection to the call.
Yeah, he just wasn't here.
That probably works for me easier than for the host.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw you both black out, and then I was like,
Like
maybe I
this.
shouldn't do that anyway, because then people might think the live stream has finished, as
Yeah.
in ended completely.
It has not.
Yeah.
Your camera setup, you have some really good blur in the background.
Yeah, I have a nice camera. I use a mirrorless camera, and then the lens that I use sets it up so it's a focus on me, and then you get that bokeh in the back where it just blurs it out. Yeah. And I was doing that. I get asked that a lot about my setup, and the one thing I tell people is I'm really lazy. I want to be able to flip things on as easily as possible, a couple of buttons, and it's always set up so that if I'm on a Zoom call, if I'm on a podcast, if I'm streaming, whatever it is that requires audio and or video, it's super duper easy, and I don't have to touch a thing except to go on. So I spend a little money to get it set up, but it always gives me the exact same look and sound. You know. Anyway, we digress. All right, so welcome back, everybody. Hope you got to stretch your legs a little bit. Let me see. Nothing major pressing. Okay, good. So next we want to move on to looking at some of the patches that you have that I was supposed to review and get committed.
Look at no, those ones are the ones which are where there's
Ready
no
to go.
discussion.
Yeah,
Those are the ones for the declared ones.
Okay.
Now, the ones that I've been working on for the past week or two, and well, the things I've been looking at for the past week or two are the existing magic methods in Core.
Right.
So, because there are some magic methods already in place, and with what we've discovered and discussed in the first 2 hours, those may not have been implemented correctly, and for some we know implemented correctly. So let's have a look. Okay, so these are the results of a search of the whole of WordPress Core, and to find all the magic methods of the type of magic methods we're talking about now in WordPress Core. This is just a simple tool which will help to do that. Just to draw your attention, let's have a look at WPDB.
Wow, you're just going to go straight into that. Wow.
She wants to just go right there.
I mean, what's going on here is basically magic of dynamic properties being used in the actual magic method. This is, we're going to need to have a good think about that. The same thing is happening with object cache. Literally, the dynamic properties are being set within the magic methods. I opened an issue about this in PHP Core, actually, asking like, hang on, shouldn't that be the exception for the deprecation?
Yeah.
And they were like, the first response was like, I'm amazed it actually works. Apparently the engine has protection against this recursion, because what's happening is recursion. The engine has protection against it, but this is not how magic methods should be implemented. So what I've suggest is we'll leave those two for the last, because they need a lot more thinking, and we'll start looking at some of the others. The first one to look at, I think, should be basic object, because it, up to a point, it's actually it's a test class, so we can do what we want with it. But it's also a reasonably clean example of what you'd expect in a magic method.
Okay.
So where is somewhere. Yeah, here, basic object. Okay, and I should probably go back to before I made any changes. Let's commit everything I've changed since then, just to be sure
Yeah.
it's safe. And yeah, that's with a password, so I do that on the other screen. And let's check out pulled, because that's before I made any changes to any magic method.
Oh, okay.
So, yep, okay. Yeah, oh God, crikey, everything is reloading now. This is that class, and yes, in this case, it's setting those dynamic properties and it shouldn't be, but because it's a test class, we can just change this. This is not a BC break.
Right, correct.
And in some ways, I'd actually say, why are we doing this in the first place? Why not just tell people to use standard class instead of basic object?
Mm-hmm.
Why does this object exist? Anyone have any insights?
No.
Well, let's see. One thing I don't know, are there any restrictions to, like, if you extend off of standard class, any restrictions to what you can do? Or is it just you can add new private methods, you can add new, like, no restrictions?
Not as far as I know. At the same time, I wasn't even talking about extending standard class here. I was saying those that would use basic objects should maybe just use standard class.
Sure. I was seeing that this has like a function call in it.
Yeah, call me. That's the only thing which potentially would be something to look at, like where is this used, if it is used at all.
Right.
I can do a search on to see where basic object is used. Let's open another instance of this program. So we're not losing
It's also has a child off of it too, called basic subclass as well.
Oh, great. Right. It's searching. But yeah, so I did create a suggestion to, if we're going to continue using magic methods, let's at least do them properly. Mm-hmm. And this would be the commit for that. And what I'm introducing is basically a private property where I'm storing any properties. As there's no other properties on this class, we can just move this private foo is bar into the arbitrary props, mm-hmm. and just say all the properties we expect will always be in that arbitrary props one, and we just use that.
The other solution you're suggesting is, like, we could just do class basic object extends standard class, remove all the magic.
Yep.
And everything should just continue working.
It should just continue, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that kind of feels like it is just being treated as just essentially like a key value store, a map, basically. Yeah, why not just have it be that?
The two places in which it's used are in the REST API tests. So we probably would need to have a good look at REST API if those two extra methods, the underscore call and call me, if they're being used at all. If those are not being used, then I'd say let's just change this to standard class and be done with it and remove the whole class.
Yeah, it's interesting because the data provider has standard class as one of its tests, data sets, and then later in and it has the basic object. So I'm curious to see why was that necessary?
Now this
Like you're
needs
just testing PHP itself.
That's what it looks like, yeah, and it's not really necessary at that
Not
point.
our job. Not, well, a little bit it is, but
Just depends.
Yeah.
We need to take a look at the context and understand, yeah.
If these tests are really for a REST API, they shouldn't be testing PHP native.
Correct.
So yeah, let's have and not now, but I think the conclusion for this particular one is we need to check out how it's being used in these tests. If those extra methods which we saw, call and call me, are being used at all. Mm-hmm. If not, just remove the whole bloody class.
Yeah.
And be done.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that one's not too tough. It's just more just an investigation then to look at the context too. Mostly since it's also just in tests. Okay.
Yeah. Another one which is in tests is, and this is to me a bit painful. There are actually magic methods in the base test class from which every single test class extends.
Yeah.
And it's not a complete set. It's only a set and it's get. I actually made
just about that one thing. It's just about that factory. That should be an easy one to replace. Yeah. Just all the instances where it's arrow factory, just make it get factory or whatever.
Yeah, that's exactly my line of thinking as well. I did a little test here to see if it would be a problem. What happens with dynamic properties if we set them? Will this still be work? The big problem I see here with the existing implementation is we can just set factory and overrule it. We can overrule the magic method. There's no protection against factory being set. Then again, it's in tests, so it's not something we really need to care about, but it is, a snafu with how this is implemented originally. Let me see, I did have some notes about that. Okay, well, what did I say here? Not hugely problematic, and tests are short-lived instance with limited inheritance and properties won't be accessed from outside the object context. That's important to remember about tests, which gives us a lot more freedom. But any test can still set this factory and have a declared property factory on their class and bypass the magic methods, which I would not be surprised if happens at some point, because a lot of people aren't completely fully aware of everything that's happening in the base class. And dynamic properties are still supported even though there are magic methods, the dynamic properties will still get set on this base class with the current implementation, which is obviously not something we want.
Correct. Okay.
Factory is.
Basically, I mean, this is already a getter for the factory.
Yeah, so, I'm like, why don't we just call that every time?
Yeah. So again, I think this needs. I'm pretty sure I actually did a search of where this factory is being used, and that was very limited. Let's do a new search for that.
Let's replace. Yeah, we got this.
Oh, okay. No, that wasn't the one which was limited. So this factory is being used in multiple places.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Well, we can fix that in Core.
Yeah, we can just make this, this factory and then a function call, and then just chain from the function call. I can imagine why this was not done previously, because that chaining where we can dereference the results of a function call straight off is only available since 5.4.
That's why.
But now we can. So if we look at the method is called factory.
Yep.
So all we would need to do basically would be adding brackets behind, between the word factory and the object operator in all these calls.
The only thing with that is in extender land, I know that exact same code is copied in a lot of different areas and plugins that I've seen in their tests.
That's fine. They are. They will. For this, we should probably have a make post about that anyway. About any changes we make around dynamic properties and any guidance we need to give people on that. This is a relatively simple change. We could even have an auto fixer via the sniffs for it. If something is a test class and we see this factory with an object operator after it at the parentheses, it's an easy fix to make. It's search and replace. And if there's no BC guarantee for the test suite.
No, there is not. No, it's more just the inconvenience because I know folks copy this. I've seen it in past companies I've been in where that's exactly how the tests are all set up.
Like here, they're doing it correctly.
Yeah.
This is not.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the way we want the code to look.
Now, just to say though, the last way was correctly by how Core has set it up, so it wasn't incorrect. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is better. This is more modern PHP. It's using PHP the way it's supposed to be used, rather than working around the limitations of PHP 8.2 or 4, where this code originated in. And there's no gilding, there's no blaming there. I mean,
no.
Yeah, we had to deal with old PHP versions. We couldn't use it, but we can now.
Right.
So let's use PHP the way it's supposed to be used.
Isn't that a static method also, that factory?
Yeah, it is.
So
but
that this
Pull it off of this.
Yes.
No, the thing is, a static method within an object can be called dynamically. So let's threefold that. Class foo. Okay, public function bar echo method public static function pass echo method, and I should probably put a PHP end of line between after those, and then public function tests. New foo. We agree that this code is what we want to test, what we want to see.
Yep.
Pass.
You can't call a non-static function as if it were a static function. Definitely not from outside the class context. You can, within the class context, call a static function with this. So I could actually do self bar. This will work. But if, okay, bar is public. This will still work. But if I now do object bar. This should
Give a
get
dollar sign for the bar.
So object bus should be fine here, and object bar should get flagged.
Line 14.
Line 14.
Line 14. Yeah.
What am I doing wrong?
You got a dollar
Dollar
sign.
sign.
Oh, sorry. Yep, my bad. Okay. Here you go. That's
I'm monitoring. Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen that. Yeah.
But that's out. So inside the class context, I can call it with self-static parent, and call it a non-static method statically, but only with those keywords, self-static parent. That works for both static as well as non-static. I can inside the class use this on both. That's fine. Outside the class, I cannot call a static method as if I can't call a non-static method as if it were static. So I could add these to it. So, okay, let's echo outside class, so we can actually see what happens inside and outside the class. I have a little clearer distinction. So you can see that calling it with the arrow operator works fine, but it's that last one, the non-static method, calling it statically from outside the class, which isn't allowed. But this is fine.
Yeah, I notice there's inconsistencies too then and throughout our test suite, which we'll probably want to make consistent, to where in some cases we're static and in other cases we're calling with this. So
yeah, I mean
it's outside scope of what we're doing here, but it's just a note.
Oh yeah, gosh, there's so many.
That's a separate conversation.
Yeah, if we're looking at this, I mean, it's fine for this method to be static. It shouldn't need to be, but it's fine. I mean, that this will allow it to be used in setup before class methods. So I'm not necessarily eager to change this to a non-static method.
Right. No. Yeah.
Like if it can be static, then make it static.
Yes.
Just like explicitly. Yeah.
Yeah, we could, and that might be a good improvement to do. We could just declare, the protected factory as a property instead of having a static value here and just a static property on the class.
There you go.
And that way, the isSet and the get will still work as well.
Yep.
And then the most code probably won't need changing at all. The only thing is we don't have the lazy initialization then. Because here it only gets initialized once once factory gets called gets accessed as a property.
I don't really see that as being an issue though within the test suite itself.
No, the performance isn't really an issue, and all it does is it creates a new unit test factory, and it's then reusing it all the time.
Right.
So we could even, we could probably set that in setup before class.
Yep.
Just assign that property.
Simple.
And then, we can get rid of that and even get rid of this.
Okay, so lots of different ways we can solve that one, but essentially it's test suite, search and replace, come up with whatever the solution is going to be, search and place, and then put it in a deb note. Okay.
Well, if we declare the property, we don't even need to do the search and replace.
Yeah.
That would probably be the change which...
The easiest change with the least amount of code.
Yeah, the least impact everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
The only thing that we can't initialize the property with new. We can't.
You have to
We
do
do
it in
either in a constructor or setup before class or setup. We can't initialize it with new because any initial values for properties need to be static.
Yes.
And I presume that is the reason why this pattern was used. But we can simplify. Good.
Okay.
Which one do we want to have a look at now? Shall we have a look at admin bar?
Okay.
Let me see, where is admin bar? Somewhere. Shout if you see it before I do. It should be somewhere in here. You know what? I'll just do search. Yeah, this will help. Okay, what we have here, again, an incomplete set. We only have the magic get method, not an is set, which, yeah, it makes this kind of painful because if you do is set proto, it will say false, but if you then try and get it, it will show you a value. It doesn't have an unset, it doesn't have a set method. Clearly there were no tests for it, which is the case with most of these things. You have no idea how many tests I've been writing over the last few weeks. I did have a little prototype set up here. So basically this is the most basic, well, I've basically taken the class and just brought it down to what the current functionality is. I don't think the return null is in the original, but clearly we should have a default return because now it has an inconsistent return type.
Yep.
So yeah, what I tested here was, okay, not declared, magically created instead. So the two cases which are handled in the magic method, then a not declared unknown property, and a declared private property. How are these handled? And what I then did is, is set get, is set after set, and after unset, and let's have a look how that behaves. Okay. And then we get something like this. So is set returns false, but the magic get, yeah, returns a value. However, if we set the value, which is still perfectly possible because, there's no protection against the set. Yeah. So we can dynamically create a property with the same name and therefore bypass the magic methods again.
Yep.
Yay. And that is for both those two situations which are being handled in the magic methods. We can just bypass the magic methods by setting a value. Again, here dynamic properties are just supported. Declared private properties are handled as we expected, which is a good thing.
That's good.
But that's like the only good thing.
I was going to say the rest isn't quite what I would have expected.
Yeah. And all the same, I mean, it's not the worst of it, but yeah, we should have a think about how to improve this. Maybe in combination with forbid dynamic properties with that trait. But then we'd need, as this is an older class, we can't really use forbid because then we'd be breaking BC.
What is the implementation of that proto getter?
I looked at the backtrace To be quite fair, I think we just need to. If I looked at when I looked at the backtrace, basically what I found is when this class got introduced, during the figuring out how to implement it,
Mm-hmm.
they had some properties which were defined, but I don't think they actually ever made it into a release. And then once the class got merged, some people may have known about those properties, so those properties then got put into Magic Cat. They are in the class from the very beginning in Core, like this. And the reasoning was apparently to not break BC with something which was never released. That's the gist I got from looking at history. And that doesn't seem right to me.
No.
In some ways, I would say let's just remove this completely, because these are things which were never in a released version. And they shouldn't have been supported anyway. The is set doesn't work. You can overrule with set. So remove the get method. Add once we've got it, the deprecate dynamic properties straight, to backport the warning about not using dynamic properties. And that's it. I hope I'm remembering the history correctly, but yeah. It looks like it was from prototyping and never made it in a release. That may have been a long development cycle, like one of those releases which took a year before it actually got tagged. So people might have been working with the developed version in which these may have existed. But it's, yeah.
Same thing with menu. I know proto there, but menu as well.
Yes, it's deprecated. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if there had any comments about this. Yeah, no, it doesn't actually have any comments in the class, and yeah, proto isn't throwing a deprecated argument. But yeah, again, is set isn't working on it either.
Right.
And you can still overrule.
Want to handle proto? Like, do you want to set it as an actual property in the constructor, or do we want to? I mean, I kind of don't want to maintain these magic methods if we don't have to.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
I'm with you there. I think what you say, proto could be set in as a property and set in the constructor. At the same time, I think we should need to do a search in the plugin directory, as in what is it, WP search?
Yeah.
Which we can use to see if it's even used.
Yeah, because if it's not even used there, Core's not using it, it's not used there, it may then
Yeah, I would say let's investigate if it's used at all, because from the commit message, I got the impression that these are both deprecated, except one didn't get the deprecation message. I kind of don't want to do a blame here, because it's not about blaming people.
No, it's just finding history.
Yeah. But yeah, and you can't do that without seeing names.
That's correct.
But yeah, it's been in there. I mean, the admin bar got introduced in 3.3.0, and this method's been in there since 3.3.0.
Yeah, and the deprecation.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we all agree that it's better not to support it if it's not something that's being actively used. At the same time, we need to do a little bit more investigation to ensure it's not being used, and then just remove it.
Yeah. So the action here is do some more research to see if these are used at all anywhere.
Right.
And if not, just
Remove.
remove it completely. If they are, at least for proto, set it in the constructor, and for menu, we could just set it to an empty array and be done with it.
And be done with it. Right.
The deprecated argument. I mean, if people haven't seen it between
By
6.
now. Yeah.
I mean, we might even just remove it.
Yeah.
It shouldn't have been in a. From what I gathered, it wasn't ever in a stable release, so we can just remove it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's on the edge of, are we breaking BC or not? But and we need to confirm what I'm saying. I want the second person to check out the history as well.
Sure.
And confirm that it was never in a.
Yeah, we can confirm that. We can also take a look at the history of it as well and see the intent. But, I'm kind of from the model of this is old if it never was intended. And if it's not used, then why continue and add more code to support it when it's unnecessary? Just remove it.
Yep. All the way with you.
I don't really see that as a BC break per se. At the same time, the promise also says we strive. So in this case, there's not a good use case for it.
Yep. Yeah, but also, like, we could just, we think nothing's using it. We commit it early in a release, and then
if we find
out, to the ground. Yeah, we find out, oh, here's actually this thing that's using it, and here's why it's going to take them longer to update it or whatever.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the things I've been thinking over the past few days anyway. I mean, with the trades, but also the changes to existing magic methods needed, we may need to say we're going to move this ticket to 6.2 and then make sure that all the patches are ready for the day 6.2 gets opened, and then commit them and do just work together and get them all committed on day 1 or day 2. So they have the longest reach to get notification of any problems which are created by this. Does that make sense? Because I mean, we're closing. We're getting I think we're a month out from feature freeze for 6.1, and
we're
I think
long past early in the cycle.
That's late for these kind of changes, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Not for the test ones, but
no, the test ones can go in, but the rest, I agree that we need a longer ramp for that. It would be something once we branch, then we can go ahead and get them committed.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we have a look at another one?
Sure.
List table. That one I actually did quite some work on. As in, I created a test class because obviously there are no tests. When I started, there were no tests at all. Since then, one test has been added.
Well,
yeah. I love things like list tables not having tests. Okay, so here it actually is. This is not bad from an implementation point of view for magic methods. It has a group of compat fields, which are explicitly declared and were declared at the time the magic methods were introduced, which is good. Then it literally just checks, is the name in the compat list? So then we may allow it. Basically, what happened was some of the pre-existing properties got changed to protected or private, and they still want to make them accessible. I mean, realistically, as they can still be written to, it's the complete set of magic methods. So set and is set, all of them respect this compat list. Realistically, that means that those properties are basically still public.
Yeah, they're all still public.
Yeah, private and protected have no meaning whatsoever for those. But at the same time, the way things have been set up, I mean, okay, get should also return null, where the is set actually does return
Yeah,
false.
it turns false.
Set should not return.
Correct.
That is, yeah, unset is correct. So they do block any dynamic properties.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And that's the
But
thing
they,
I saw from this is they are blocking dynamic properties, which is good. Although the in-array checks are pretty ineffective because you might as well just keep them public at that point.
it will also not solve the, if any of the properties is being unset problem.
Correct.
But then this implementation has been in place since the point where these methods were introduced. So if we want to solve that, we could have a look at doing it. But what we could also consider is adding the trait and then letting these fall through for anything which is not handled here to the forbid dynamic properties trait. Because effectively they were already forbidden. They just did not throw a notice.
Yes.
Like, should they throw a notice? Like, this is just for backwards compatibility. Like, there's no sense that you're supposed to be accessing these properties.
Yes.
These are some notes I made when I looked at them. So yeah, potentially unset public properties can never be set again the way things are as they are. Same for protected properties which are unset from a valid context. They can never be set again. That could be considered problematic. At the same time, this has been in WordPress since the introduction of these methods. So that's a BC break which was made in 4.0 and not something we need to solve here necessarily.
Correct.
Yes, in my opinion, realistically, we should throw some sort of notice, because at this moment, if a set is done on something dynamically, so an undeclared property, it will fail without any notification to the dev.
Yes.
If a get is done on an undeclared property, it will return null without any sort of notification to the dev that they're trying to retrieve an undefined property.
Mm-hmm. Which again is part of the scope of what we're working on is awareness.
Yeah,
so yeah, notification would be.
Those were the notes. Yeah, the potentially problematic is the unset ones, but realistically, they should also throw a notice. In that sense, yeah, they already forbid dynamic properties by design in a way, even though that they probably weren't designed with that in mind. So it accidentally did it right. But now let's make sure we inform the devs who do use the functionality incorrectly with the right error notices. Anyone using it correctly is never going to see those error notices.
No.
So we'll only be helping those people who aren't using it correctly.
Yes.
So yeah, those were the notes I had about list table. And there's two more classes which basically do exactly the same.
Do you agree with that, Mark? By putting a notice up for that reason? Okay.
I mean, we don't need to have it to be a fatal error. It could be an e-note or something, or doing it wrong.
Yes. Just some sort of alert that is just giving information to the developer.
Yeah. Well, with doing it wrong, it won't bring any sites down, but at least people who are interested are being informed they are doing it wrong and can take action on it then. Mm-hmm. Mark, you're
muted.
No, still mute. I think your mic is the problem and not the muting, but yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I can say, you put the notice in, hopefully very few people using this, and then eventually, the notices wear them down, and you get to the point where, again, this doesn't happen a lot in WordPress world, but maybe eventually you can just, remove that backwards compatibility layer.
Well, that's a separate subject, which I would love to have another powwow about, is at what point can we say this isn't used anymore? Just like we do with raising up support levels or dropping support for different technologies or dependencies, that we also say, at what point can we say this can be removed? Right. So again, that's a separate subject. So let's not go down that rabbit hole because, oh my gosh, I've been going down that with other folks and it's a deep hole.
It is. And I do think, just to give people to something to think about without drawing any conclusions, maybe we should have a think about linking that to how far do we backport security fixes. And anything which doesn't get security fixes anymore, anything what was deprecated before that should be removed.
No, could be. And the how far back we're backporting for security fixes is changing. That goalpost post. So
I presume that's going to be less, not more.
Yes. No more. We're going to go all the way back in time.
PHP 3 support.
Yoo-hoo! But that's an open discussion too. But that may be something as well. But again, I think the whole the BC is something we can have a separate conversation about.
Okay, so what we saw with list query, basically the same applies to user query and text diff renderer table. And I got those here as well, and you can see the exact same implementation, basically private compat fields, and where are the magic methods? Oh, I think they're at the bottom here. Yeah, okay, so here they're at the bottom, and they do exactly the same thing. So whatever we do for list table should be done for user query. They were introduced again in the same method of in the same version. They do exactly the same, so we need to apply the same fix, and the same goes for a renderer table. Again, we have the compat fields, and probably also at the bottom then. Yeah. Okay. Here again, the same implementation of those magic methods.
So much repeating code.
We could realistically even say, let's remove those magic methods and just make those fields public again, because they were public anyway with the magic methods. If we change the visibility for those particular properties to public and be done with it, then we can remove the magic methods and default to the PHP native behavior.
The only thing that I would be curious of is to just look at the context. What were they trying to solve there? Because essentially it's not, it hadn't solved the problem of it being public. So what was the intent?
The intent, literally for these classes, I've checked this. It was literally, we want to introduce property visibility and how for certain things should be private or protected. How do we do that without breaking BC?
Okay.
So it's like a way of like saying like the intent is that these are protected, but we can't actually protect them.
Okay.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened here. And in some ways, that's also what happened with WPDB, except for those, they just didn't add any protection in place with an allow list.
Well, let me just ask this question then, because my mind goes to that would only be in the context of someone reading the code to understand, well, we intended for it not to be public, but its functionality, unless you dive into that, you could have just put a comment in there as well, versus writing all of these magic methods.
We need to put a comment for those three, definitely. But like here for WPDB, I did a complete inventory of all the properties which are declared.
Yeah.
And the magic methods were introduced in 3.5. So these are the ones which originally should have gotten the compat allow listing.
Yeah.
But these all got introduced since then and never got any protection and are now still wide open public
Mm.
because of the magic methods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is a problem. So there's more fun to be had because there's some methods I haven't even dug into yet. Any particular one which picks your fancy?
Well, going backwards real quick before we go to another one, this then also tells me there's not going to be enough time to get this in 6.1 because we need to literally look at the code, do an audit to understand before we start modifying things. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
More time is
And we
needed.
have time. We're making changes which could potentially impact plugins and themes. So, this needs to go into Switch 2, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, we need more time, first of all, to get in even what we're thinking now, and then two, to then get it out to the public so they can come back and tell us your assumptions were wrong here, or did you also consider that, right?
Yeah. Any particular class now which takes our fancy to continue looking at? And obviously we can ignore requests and simplify.
Let's look at the theme. Did we look at theme?
Yeah,
no, we didn't.
So.
Let's have a look at those. WP theme, do we see it? I know it's in here.
Okay, well, this one is a final class, so there is that.
Okay, here we have theme. It only has the isSet and the get method. It has an allow list, but then the allow list in isSet and get would need to be checked that they are in sync in the first place, because they might have gotten out of sync in the meantime. And then there's no protection against setting any of those properties or unsetting them. Yay. But it does implement array access, so it does use offset get as a default, but then does offset get.
Or is it storing it?
Sorry?
Oh, it's not. It's only get only, right? It's not set.
Yep. Yeah, I haven't looked at this one, not the history, not the details. I think we need to deep dive onto, why was this introduced? How was this introduced? It looks like, from this comment, for properties formerly returned by get current theme info.
I see.
Yeah.
And we probably should rename this to name anyway, to be in line with PHP Core.
Yeah.
Otherwise, not that these methods should be called directly, but they can be called directly. And if named parameters from PHP 8 are used, we should use the same names as defined by PHP Core.
I wonder if some of these things are perhaps expensive calls.
And should be stored. Good question.
Right, but so when I think about this, I'm like, okay, can we just move all this stuff to the constructor and just set the the properties there? But we might not want to for some of these, like display. I'm not sure if the get tags, like that is probably, that might be expensive because I don't know if it caches the access to like reading the file system.
Well, that is actually a typical example where the lazy initialization pattern would actually be used. So
Yes.
we would declare all the properties, unset them all in the constructor,
Mm-hmm.
even though they're uninitialized, but now we're changing that state from uninitialized to unset. And then we have the getter, which would then set it to the property and then return the value of the property. And then the next time that property gets approached from an accessible context, the magic method is no longer called.
Right.
So this
Because
is the doctrine thing you were talking about.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool pattern. I mean, I kind of get why they don't want to change that because, like, I might
yeah.
use that.
I was thinking the same thing. Let's use that.
This in this class definitely looks like one which would typically lend itself for it.
Mm-hmm.
Would yeah, where that might actually be the right choice. What is being done in the constructor now? Where is the constructor? Oh,
Hopefully at the
that's
top. Where else would it be?
really there's yeah, but a constructor which is how many lines?
Oh gosh.
The
Yow.
constructor is
Oh.
250 lines.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that just needs to be broken up into
To be honest,
constituent parts.
moving these things to the constructor is not going to be the performance issue.
Wow. Yeah. That's fair. Cache. It's doing cache. Okay. Yeah. It's doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
Yikes. So one thing I was thinking, as we were looking at these, these different patterns, and we're trying to implement good, clean solutions to any magic methods that we do want to maintain, and having like a proper allow list and make sure it's handled on everything else. What work can we do to standardize
Yes.
the way that is defined instead of like re-implementing it the same way? Like, is it possible for us to have a trait that is like a magic method helper trait where we can say in the constructor, this is a property, this is what its function call should be when it's accessed, and just have all of that, like the storage of it and the magic, the accessor pattern, have all that be abstracted away, and up top where you can just see like, okay, this is where the magic layer is kind of defined.
I like the idea. I see one huge problem because the allow list will be different for every class and should be a private property. And
I'm saying if you store it in the trait as a private property, then.
But then you can't, if it's in the trait, we can't set a different allow list for every class using that trait. And
no. So I'm saying like the trait would have methods that could be called. So it would have
these magic methods.
So then you can
private methods.
Yeah.
So you would say during the constructor, you would essentially tell the trait like, here's what I want my magic functionality to be. I have a magic property, which is this, which you can. Here's the function to get it to see if it's set, or I guess just to get it would be the thing, and then just have it handle. I guess you do get and set. You might have to pass to it, and then it would do the storage of is set. It would do the lazy initialization.
But the trait would have those methods. That means that they have to be implemented in the parent class, and they can't be in child classes, because otherwise you get conflicts with the methods, etc. But child classes and grandchild classes still need to be able to pass their own allow lists. But then you have the scoping problem again. Because
is that true? Do we really want like a grandchild to be adding new dynamic properties?
Potentially,
No, these
yes.
are dynamic properties. These are properties. If we're not talking to, we're talking something like WP list table, where we have a compat field list. That compat
Yeah.
field list needs to be private because you don't want it to be accessible from outside the actual class to which it applies. But those properties which are compat fields can be different in a parent class and a child class and etc. So each of those would need their own private compat fields property to have that list, or a method to return that list. But if we have a method with a certain name, then every class would overload that again. So a child would overload the method of the same name from the parent. So we couldn't get that information from the parent. We couldn't get it
Well, I mean,
for.
wouldn't you just use like the trait helper functions to, like, couldn't the child just, it calls its parent constructor and then it says, okay, and then additionally, here are my compat fields that I'm adding.
I think we need to visualize this. We need to go and have a. Yeah, I need to see this code with you because I have a feeling we're talking sideways.
Maybe, yeah.
It's definitely something to explore. I'd very much like to explore the idea.
Well, then that way we're centralizing where all the magic methods are being handled, and it's one place.
Yeah.
Right, and we're just
reusing.
No more like regular expressions to try to figure out where this is happening, and then we find out that there's like a slight hole in our implementation where we're updating 80 classes or whatever.
But it's also a trait that extenders can use as well, for them to, let's pull everything over to here for how we want to be able to handle these properties.
At the same time, I mean, in up to a point, we're lucky that the current list of class
small
methods is small. So to get this right, we now have a lot of freedom to do that because we don't have to deal with 100 different implementations in 100 different
Yep.
So this is a good time to do it.
Well, I think it's worth exploring to see if we can conceptually figure out what that might look like, what Mark's talking about, to see how we can come up with a reuse and centralize it.
And have 100% test coverage of all different
yes, please.
Because this needs to be safeguarded really well.
Oh, absolutely.
Similar to, what we started with forbid dynamic properties.
Yes.
Yeah. Make sure it's properly safeguarded. Right. What is the next class we want to look at? Because team, we need to investigate that further.
Yeah, well, let alone that constructor needs some work, but that's outside the scope of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, that's one of the things I love about WordPress. Wherever you look, there's something to improve.
There's something to well, and that's not even the only case. You can go through and you can see methods that are significantly bigger than that also could have refactoring to them without touching backwards compatibility. But again, that's outside the scope of what we're talking about today.
Yeah, there's so much to improve, and we can't do it all. And at the same time, we can't break BC, and we need to stay focused on the task at hand. It is good to open issues about things we see while we're working on these things.
All right, so which one next? What one is maybe significantly different than the others that you've seen, Juliette?
I think one of the block ones. Let me see. Well, let me just pull up the list again.
Because we've seen some repeating patterns.
No. Yeah, this one was. This is also in some way a lazy initialization pattern, but it only has a getter. So again, no protection against that property being set from outside the class. It doesn't have an is set either, so is set
Okay.
will, yeah, uh, yeah, here it is. Yeah, it literally only has to get.
Okay.
So I don't think this implementation is correct. It needs work,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, we need to figure out how. It will definitely need an is set, if nothing else. And it might need, I don't know where, let's have a look at the constructor. Does it actually unset, does it declare the property and does it unset?
Yeah.
Probably not. If not, then this probably is still not the right implementation of lazy initialization.
Nope.
Now, property is not declared, so it's not actually lazily initializing.
Nope.
It's literally doing it. It's dynamically
It's
creating this.
dynamically. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Should be declared. It should be unset in the constructor.
Mm-hmm.
Then the normal is set will work on it, and then we can have this get for the lazy initialization.
Mm-hmm.
It still then wouldn't have protection against it being set from outside unless we make it private.
Yes.
But yeah, this is definitely one which was slightly different. But yeah, not right. Ripe for improvement. And there are a couple more like which do things like this. So let's just go down the list. We looked at admin bar. We looked at block now. Let's look at comment. Comment only has is set and get. What does it do? So it has a post field. And it gets.
So it's.
Oh, it's the property on the post itself.
Yes.
Yeah, but it actually doesn't get post every time. That feels like something which may benefit from some efficiency improvements. Even though, yeah, get post is cached, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It'll be at least locally cached.
Okay, then it shouldn't be too bad. But still, it's inconsistent return, so it doesn't return false for something which is not in that array.
Correct.
It doesn't return for get. It doesn't protect against any of those fields being set from outside the class or from anywhere else. And where is that post field list?
Yeah.
Okay, that's here.
There you go.
It's just all the columns on the post model.
Yeah, but it's a protected property, not a private one. Well, I kind of think this should be private. So yeah. In a way, this again is the lazy initialization pattern.
Mm-hmm.
But not implemented in the best way.
It's almost like a lazy implementation pattern.
Yeah. We have a saying in Dutch, and maybe I shouldn't repeat it here. There must be something like this in English as well. The Dutch expression is de klok horen luiden, maar niet weten waar de kleep hangt. It translates to hearing the bell, the clock tower, the clock bell ring, but not know where the thing which makes it ring hangs.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of you've heard of something, you just don't know how to do
the details. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's not terrible, this, and in the context of dynamic properties being fully supported in PHP prior to 8.2, this is not necessarily terrible, but it can definitely use some improvement.
Yes.
And
I
the
think
fact that anything can be set and then the magic methods are disregarded is just plain dangerous.
that I'll just say that's the English phrase. I think that's close. There's a phrase, knowing just enough to be dangerous.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a repeating pattern I see with these magic methods. Then again, until I looked into this deeper and did my research over the past few weeks, I did not realize that unset properties would trigger the magic methods.
Yeah.
And from the responses I've seen on Twitter, that was what the fuck for a lot of people. There were a very small group of people who knew this, clearly knew this, especially people who are used to doctrine, both with writing doctrine. But outside of that group, I had the impression that this was new information for a lot of people. I honestly didn't know until last week either.
Well, it was new for me. Yeah, it was news.
It was an unpleasant surprise for sure.
Well, and that's why we had one plan in place. We were going to go this way with a proposal, and then when you found that, it was like, oh, wait, that complicates things. Yeah. So for those listening, we didn't know either. So
no, we're learning every day. That makes this job so interesting. This field of work. The day I don't learn something new, I think I need to find another kind of field of work to do.
Or it's time to retire, one of the two. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, WP Network, it has 3 of the four magic methods. It has get, and set, but not unset. Which, again makes it interesting. So for is set, it doesn't have an allow list, but it does have an allow list, so that needs to be kept in sync between the methods.
Yep.
But then, it doesn't have an unset. In other words, interesting. And here it again dynamically actually sets anything that is not in that allow list.
Yes.
Which makes the visibility requirements moot. It fully supports dynamic properties still.
Yeah, that one's very clear.
Yeah, this one is dangerous.
I don't know how we completely unravel this one. So I don't know how we completely unravel this one because it looks like by design it can just store arbitrary values.
Yes.
Yeah. But if we want to do it by design, we should say this collection and then basically
store it.
Store it in an array and then make that array private and then use that as the fallback, like if it's set in that collection, in the arbitrary property collection.
What was the get? Let me look at the get. Yeah, okay, so it just returns null on the get. All right.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah.
So you
but
can
then
set...
if the dynamic property is set, it exists and wouldn't trigger the magic method.
Correct.
So that was fine now. It's the set for which was originally the magic method. It triggers the dynamic setting of the property, which is now deprecated, which is a problem. So what's the next one? The next one, oh, lovely, WP post, which only is set and get. So again, no set protection, no unset protection. This should just be one condition instead of 4. And then it does meta that exists on the post. Then what does it? Oh, crikey. Seriously? Okay.
Ooh.
This looks like something where we can definitely improve performance by actually setting using lazy initialization pattern with declared properties for those where we know the names. And I also wonder, it says return value, but value is not
Not always
declared.
so.
Yeah, it might be an undefined variable.
Is that?
If,
No. That's an else. Yeah.
It's an
yeah,
else.
no. But that still could mean get post meta, get post ancestors. Sanitized post field, I have a feeling that some of those can still return null, which is also interesting. In that case, it should again trigger or show an undefined property warning. And yeah, again, set and unset are not declared. So you can bypass the magic methods completely by just setting something. Yay! I so love WordPress. I can see Tonya looking at this.
I'm looking at the code going, You know I'm itching, right?
No, not just you. Not just.
I'm just looking at it going, why? Let me touch it.
Yeah. 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 There's work for us to be done. Right.
Work will never end.
WP query is the next one. Where are the... It's all right for me to move on, or did you still want to look at post some more?
No. Let's keep going.
No, keep going. Yeah, that one.
Okay. Okay, so this also fails, but again, only is set and get, no protection against it being set from anywhere, so you can just bypass it.
Have we found one yet that does like proper storage of the values in like a collection? Okay, yeah, just checking.
No. I did say when we first talked about this that I have yet to find one which has been set up correctly. The one, actually, there is one, which really? But it's not in WordPress Core.
Oh.
It's in requests.
Oh, surprise.
Sorry.
But probably just the new version, right? Not the existing version.
No, actually the old one.
And the old one. Awesome.
I'm pretty sure.
Well done.
Check. We can check which class in request was it. It was Erie and session. I think Erie only has a set or something. No, actually, they both have all four because they both say 4. So Erie and session. Now let's find the methods. Okay. Here you can see this options key, this options key. So here it's storing it in an options array.
Yep.
And you can see that options array. I mean, personally, I prefer it to be private.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But that would be really great. But other than that, it actually this is not too bad. The only thing is it doesn't handle unset properties. But yeah, the principle of this is sort of what you'd expect of a magic method implementation.
Yes. Yep.
Even though, unset properties aren't handled. So yeah, that's the session one, and that is request 1.x, because I literally opened the file in WordPress Core as it is at the moment,
Okay.
and WordPress Core hasn't upgraded to 2 yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what about the IRI file? That actually combines it with the call user function set method. And this class actually comes from, it isn't actually a request class, it's a class which again comes from outside and is no longer maintained outside, so we need to still have a good look at it. But these kind of classes actually do, compared to WordPress Core itself, the request classes have much higher code coverage with tests. We're currently, it's not 100% clean code coverage yet, so not everything has coverage tags yet, but with say 60% or 70% having coverage tags and the rest still needing work, we have over 95% test coverage, which, yeah, that means that these kind of methods will be tested as well. And we're already running on PHP 8.2 with the tests for requests and not seeing failures. And if there were failures, we've already fixed them, though the fixes will be in the 2 branch. So yeah. So this is a creative way of using the magic methods, but it's not necessarily wrong. It is clearly very much by design that these magic methods are used. And the design does cover all the cases it wants to cover.
Mm-hmm.
But enough about requests. So,
did you want to
go
go ahead and take a look at the 2 that we skipped from the beginning? Just jump to those.
Which 2 are you talking about?
The WPDB was one of them.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, we looked at the test class. We looked at basic. Then we have object cache, and yeah, this is, we're literally setting dynamic properties. This object cache. This we might as well pull these methods out. They're absolutely useless.
Yes.
This doesn't do anything.
Are there any private properties or protected properties on this class?
Yeah, but they were made private mostly at the time these methods were introduced. And the thing is, with the magic methods having been like this from the point of introduction, nothing was private anyway.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying by removing these, I mean, this is a stretch to say back and back, but like you could write to the cache right now.
Yes, you could.
But if we remove those magic methods, then you would not be able to, which I think is probably an improvement of the state of affairs, but is actually a change.
Yes.
It is a BC break. We would need to discuss, like, are there any properties which really security-wise need to be protected or private? In them, we have a good argument to break BC because it fixes a bug, effectively.
Yeah.
For anything else, we need to annotate in the doc block, this should have been private, but we can't make it private. Correct. Because of BC.
Change it to public.
Set it to public.
And that way you don't have to carry those methods anymore then.
There's not that many properties here. So we have private cache, we have protected global groups, private block prefix, and private multi-site. That's it.
Global groups has a method of adding to it. So like, I would say like should not be supported, like writing directly to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this one, relatively speaking, just rip everything out.
Yeah.
Undo the change from 4.0. WDB, however, I'm not that keen to do the same, even though the methods are nearly the same as object cache, because we're really talking security. I mean, a number of these things, especially like the properties were introduced since the introduction of the magic method. Some of these should by rights really be private or protected. Yes, that would be a BC break, but it would probably improve security to actually have them be properly private or protected. So we need to really look at this closely. I mean, these three which were introduced in 4.2 actually got a semi-allow list, but only in set, not in unset. So you can still unset them, you just can't set them. So you can unset them and then never set them again. It's beautiful.
Because that makes sense.
Yeah. This is This is a lazy loading, that I understand, and that's fine. But yeah, everything else is painful. And yes, I did create a full test class for this.
Wow.
So this is 500 lines of test just and only for the magic methods in the WPDB. Okay. So I created a lot of test code. Whether we depending on the implementation we choose, we will need to adjust the tests a little. But the basis of actually adding tests for these things has been created. Same with WP Object Cache. Same with I think list table and a couple more. For a number of things, I've actually started creating tests, so we can also safeguard that we're not breaking BC too much, unless it's by design. So yeah. Shall we move to the next one?
Yeah, for that one too, we may actually even, I don't want to completely rule it out. It needs to be analyzed, but we may actually need to maintain BC, but do it in a better way. So it's just another option as we consider those magic methods. You know, we need to take a look at each of those parameters, those properties. I mean.
But I mean, the whole maintain BC does not mean we're not allowed to make bug fixes.
That is true.
Bug fixes often break BC, but if something is clearly a bug, which some of this, in my opinion, is, in that case, we're not breaking BC, we're fixing a bug.
That's what I mean. If we can show it's a bug, then yeah, that makes sense. If we can't, then we also need to be open to considering that, yeah, we can improve upon the design.
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Okay. See, we've seen those. Okay, site is next, I think. Query. WP query. Right. And WP query only has get and is set. It does have compat fields, but again, no set or unset. In other words, no protection of those compat fields because you can just plain override them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is similar to some of the others we've seen.
Yeah.
Nothing very exciting new there. The compat fields are defined here. That's only 2 of them. Most likely we're better off just making those 2 public again and removing the methods.
Yep.
But yeah. Let's see, that was WP query. Then next is WP site. Mm-hmm. It's only got get and is set. Oh, no, sorry. And it has set, but no unset. Okay. Let me verify this for sure. in the list down below, it actually shows the things it's found. Yeah, so it's got the 3: get,
Okay.
is set, and set, but no unset. So, yay. Why did it not? Sorry, it moved me to another class. Let
Yeah,
me
it
get
did.
back. Okay, here we are. So set only handles 2 situations specifically. Probably these look like renamed properties. ID to block ID, network ID to site ID. And everything else is being set dynamically, which for declared properties is not a problem. For undeclared properties, we have a problem.
Yep.
Is set. Yep. Interesting.
I felt like a dog there where I turned my head.
Yeah, and then get is, well, semi-close to is set.
Okay.
But yeah, if I look at methods like this for set, it looks like the way it was written, it didn't even take dynamic properties into account and figured like, yeah, but if we're setting a property which hasn't been declared, PHP will throw an error, except it doesn't.
Right. Or there wasn't just consideration for that at all. It was more, if you're trying to set something, just set it, whether it's been declared or not.
Yeah, but this is a dynamic property setting for anything undeclared, so this needs to be fixed, no matter what. The next one is WP term, which only has a get.
Okay.
Which means that is set will always return false for this. But luckily it's only one case. But if you try to is set data on this, yeah, it will return false.
I wonder how many people have been impacted by that and didn't understand why.
Yeah. And you can still set data, of course.
Oh, sure.
And just overrule the whole getter. To me, this looks like something which we need to look at. Okay. This looks in a lot of ways like something which should be moved to the constructor.
Yeah.
Because it's doing a new standard class and it's just checking through the columns. It's not checking anything against the current status of data coming from elsewhere.
Yeah. Or at a point where something may not yet be available in memory itself or been set in memory itself. So this looks like constructor work here.
Yeah, this looks like let's declare the property and set it in the constructor. And then use the deprecated dynamic properties.
Unless there's some specific to where data itself is only called in a particular context, where they. Still.
Again, we need to do a search of both WordPress Core as well as plugins. The problem with these kind of searches is anyone can call an instantiated object whatever. So we can't rely on that instantiated object being called WP term. So those searches will always be extremely imprecise.
Was it documented at all in the ticket or the commit message, the change set that went with this one? Did you happen to
I
look
didn't
at that?
look at this one
Okay.
yet.
That's probably where
No,
I'd start first, is just to look to see what's the why. Why has this been put in? And then take a look, because it does look like constructor to me.
Yep. Right. What's the next one? Okay, team we already looked at with the two methods, and then we have user, which does look to implement all 4 methods, which at least is one.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, that's something. It does look to use a data storage, but then what is that data? Yeah, hang on. Sorry. It doesn't. Okay, so this looks like a lot of properties which aren't declared but are used. These may need to be declared on the class. This is the data container, which is public.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah. It also queries the user. So that is set. If I look at the get, it's similar. It's got that deprecated one. It looks at data and then it looks at the user.
Mm-hmm.
Set will just store to data, and except obviously for the deprecated one, but that's the only exception.
That's awfully risky code there as well, since data is public. Who says it's an object?
That's probably created in as a standard class in the construction, I suspect.
Since it can be overwritten.
Yeah, here standard class. Why is my gut feeling right here?
Yeah.
This should be a proper value object, obviously.
Yeah.
And with an interface possibly to declare what's allowed in that value object.
Yeah.
That would be the nice way to do it. Now, what does unset do? Yeah, it just does the same as.
Okay.
Yeah, let's have a look at that back compat key. Okay, so that gets set in the constructor.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, only because it uses
the prefix.
Because otherwise it could have just been set in in the initialization.
Yeah.
So basically these 3 should probably be moved to the actual property declaration, and only the ones which are variable left in the constructor. It sounds minor, but it's still a tiny bit of performance. And just add a note that the rest is added in the constructor. But yeah, I already said it when I hadn't even looked at all of them, that I had yet to find one which was completely correctly implemented. I think this exercise has confirmed that.
Yeah.
And we need to fix this.
It also shows that there are repeating patterns, but there's also a lot of inconsistency too.
Yeah.
Which complicates it. If it was the same repeating pattern over and over again, well, that would make it much easier. Now, there is a subset of them that do have a repeating pattern that would be easier to deal with.
You can actually see the few linked repeating patterns
Yep.
are from the same committer.
Yeah.
So at least there's consistency with certain committers at the time, but nearly all of these magic methods, the ones where I did dig into the history, and I didn't do that for the ones we looked at in the last half hour or something, but from the ones we looked at first, nearly all of those were introduced in somewhere between 2012 and 2014.
Okay.
So that was definitely in the time where we still needed to support older PHP versions and had limited options. And luckily, we've all learned a lot more since then.
Yeah.
How to do things properly. So let's fix this shit.
Yeah. But that also means then we can take a look at as we're thinking about our deprecation notices, as we're thinking about what is actually needed today, and what is the usage case out there, even within the realm of backwards compatibility, thinking about, okay, that was then, this is now, take a look at uses.
Actually,
and then fix it properly.
That reminds me of a ticket from years ago, which I'm now wondering if that ever got actioned, where WordPress throws a deprecation notice but doesn't use e-user deprecated because that was introduced in 5.3. So I'm hoping that now it actually uses e-user deprecated. If not, let's fix that as well, because that will be used.
Yeah, I agree.
Because then they at least get those deprecation notes get categorized correctly.
Yes, and that's important here as we're trying to be informational.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think from that we see there's a lot of investigation type work that has to get done, but also exploring how we can potentially look at wrapping these all up in a way that's reusable. What might that look like? Taking a look at what's actually use cases for today and what potentially might have been old past that isn't used anymore. That may be an opportunity as well. But then the bigger thing as well is we need more time. So knowing that it needs to get kicked into 6.2 so that it's ready when alpha opens.
Yep.
Okay. Versus, okay, everybody, you got a week. Let's go. We got to get it done. This just not going to be possible.
Has the 6.2 milestone be opened yet? No, it hasn't. And I don't think I can add a milestone. Who can add a milestone to track? Because it would be good, probably, information-wise, to now move it to the 6.2 milestone and make it very clear that this is a conscious decision of us to move it there. Not because we're running out of time and it's just been moved out of the milestone. No, we're actually choosing to make it a 6.2 issue.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you have to have MC access at all, mission control access, but I know Sergey is typically who we ping to do that work. Or at least he has been since I've been here.
Okay.
And since he's working on PHP 8.2 stuff or has been committing some of it along the way, he'd probably be the right person to do that. And since he knows how to do it, he'd probably get it done pretty quickly versus if we said, hey, Mark, would you like to do that?
I don't even want to try. Alarms go off if I try and log into that system again, probably.
Yeah. Okay. I've pinged to Sergey and now, so that's done.
Good.
Okay. We should probably add a summary of the conclusions of this call in the ticket. I mean, aside from the fact that people can still watch the live stream after.
Still, there's a lot of things here.
Yeah, people can go to YouTube and watch it and see the full information. But it might also be good to summarize this a little for those people who don't want to spend 4 hours watching us.
Well, let alone there's action items that came out of it too. So we have different tasks that we want to do and so on.
So what shall we say?
Well, we want to
Okay.
create a repo for the forbidding dynamic properties, and look into seeing if my method can be expanded to handle all the test cases that you outlined.
Mm-hmm.
Additionally, see if it's worthwhile to turn that into just a generic composer package that can be pulled
You're
in.
going faster than I can type.
Oh, sorry.
So I just share screen and then we can craft this message together.
Wait, what now?
Summary of today's live stream. Together we have semi-working proof of concept of the and yes, I will make spelling mistakes. We'll fix those once I have a draft.
Are you sharing your screen right now?
Yes, I am, but you haven't pulled it up yet.
That's why I was asking before I pull it up. There we go. Okay.
Okay. We're the concept of the forbid dynamic properties trait with a huge amount of tests, not all passing yet, and more tests are still needed.
Mm-hmm.
If we can smooth out the issues, failing tests, we can apply the same principle to the deprecate dynamic properties trait. As this was nowhere near as straightforward as we originally thought. We've discussed and proposed to publish these traits in a separate package for WordPress to use as an external dependency. Consider this give back to the wider PHP community, as a lot more projects will need to
Facing these issues. Yeah.
solve this issue in the near future. That was, I think, the first 2 hours. Is this enough summary of the first 2 hours? Action item. Get a repo opened for the package within the GitHub organization. Mark, and we will then publish the code we created and continue work on smoothing things out. Hang on, there's one more thing we should add. There are concerns about the performance impact of the current solution. This will need further investigation.
For the last item there, Mark and you, it reads as though you created it and you two are going to continue working on smoothing out the things. So is that something that you're looking at bringing over to the working sessions that all of us were going to participate in, or are you two literally going to be the ones to smooth it out?
Let's rewrite this slightly, and work can then
there you go.
Proactively continue on smoothing things.
That's what I thought the intent was. Yeah.
That makes it read at least more open. And yes, Mark, I suspect Mark and me will initially do
Get it working.
getting it working, but it doesn't mean that contributions from others aren't welcome.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking is otherwise it shuts down anybody else wanting to contribute.
Yeah, no, I definitely welcome more people to look at it and to critically think with us, also on the performance side of things, to see if we can, improve this further. I'm really happy that we have a working proof of concept.
Yeah.
But it does still need work.
Yeah. Well, and a proof of concept would. So yeah.
Yeah.
Just by
add one day. Add one day.
Oh. Come on.
The first bit is regarding the traits. I think it's 2, 3, something like that. And I'm so used to Markdown that I always get confused with the wiki.
Me too.
Okay, regarding the pre-existing magic methods in WordPress Core, we've looked at and did an initial review of all of them. Luckily, it is a limited list. All of them need work. A number of them should be removed, but we need to safeguard that change with tests, and possibly some changes reverting of declared property visibilities. All of them. Okay, all of them need work. All of them need tests.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's some tests for, I think, the WPDB one, and it's like, no, this is not how you test it. It's a lovely attempt to test it.
Yep.
Nowhere near good enough. But then I am horrible. I test these kind of things as they're so core to what WordPress is doing. I test these things with any situation I can come up with. And that generally does make for a lot of tests, but then at least we safeguard that BC is not broken if something.
Absolutely.
They're fast tests. Usually for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Tests as they were they're a lovely start.
But typically, though, the more tests you can have that are specifically testing different scenarios is better than limited amount of tests.
Yeah.
I was going to say, add to this, we need to investigate, kind of work on like an ideal solution for how these magic methods should work, and like developing either a pattern or a trait that can be used across all of them. And I'm like specifically interested in making sure that encompasses stuff like transformational setters and getters. So some of them were using the magic methods to transform the data in and out. So beyond just a simple allow list with a data store. What do we want to do when we need certain properties to be transformed on the fly?
Something like this?
Yeah. And I'm specifically interested in exploring that. That seems like a kind of a fun challenge, seeing if I can come up with an API that makes sense and works well.
Yeah. I mean, in my opinion, all of this is fun, challenging work anyway, because we need to stretch our imagination to where very few developers have gone, and it's also terribly frustrating whenever we find more what the fucks in PHP. At the same time, it keeps stretching our imagination, and all of it just helps in making things better in the end.
Well, and that's the big thing, is in the end better, because you're not only improving security, design intent, readability, but you're also looking at performance improvements in some cases as well, right? And plugging holes, adding more tests, and so on. So, yeah, lots of wins here.
Yeah, and I think we said dynamic property utils.
Yep, we did.
Okay, so then that's documented here as well.
Good.
What else have I not mentioned yet in this summary?
See, is there a mention here too through the investigation? We're also going to be looking at extender uses. Specifically, I'm interested in looking at some cases to where we suspect this is old code that may not be used and could potentially be removed.
Something like that?
Yep. Yeah, I'm thinking also the one that came to my mind was the proto field was a good one, to where it was never intentional to be released. That's one example.
Yeah. Okay, what I should also mention here regarding timing, considering our current findings and the potential impact of any changes on core and the wider extender field, we very much recommend for this ticket to move to the 6.2 milestone and be marked as early.
Like really early.
Work should continue on creating the patches over the next month or to ensure they are ready and reviewed ahead of the 6.2 branch opening for commit. They should then be committed as soon as the branch opens, to allow for maximum exposure of these changes to testing.
All right, so let me ask a question then. We're kicking this over to 6.2, which means then compatibility, WordPress Core's compatibility with PHP 8.2 then would also full compatibility with 8.2, though considering it's not really compatible with 8.0 yet, would move.
It's a deprecation. It's not a fatal
Exactly. So just so that, just so that we know that it's just going to move, right? And it is a deprecation. So.
Yeah, but I don't think it's responsible not to move it.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. It's more just calling it out.
Yeah.
I
mean, there are other things which we are going to leave in the 6.1 milestone, the HS patch. all the patches for 56033 where it's like known properties,
Yep.
those can all go in 6.1.
Yep.
It's the unknown properties, the magic methods, which are in this ticket, which are not going to move
Which are
to,
not.
which are not going to be in 6.1. There's also another ticket, and that may not be about one to have 5 minutes discussion about after we finish this comment.
Yeah, Mark,
So
what do you
are
think?
we okay with this comment?
So I'm
Anything
wondering,
else?
like, is there any benefit? Like, do we gain anything by having all of those deprecated notices, like squawking at people using PHP 8.2, or is there a benefit to, in the interim, marking everything up with that? What's it called? The property, the attribute. That's yeah. Does that make anything easier, or?
The thing is, the tests for 8.1 aren't passing yet because of the passing null to non-nullable. And basically, the only way to solve this properly is to add input validation to every single function in core. That's a huge project, and there's no movement on it. We can solve individual cases, but that doesn't solve the bigger problem that there's no input validation.
Mm-hmm.
So there are still tests failing on 8.1. So with those tests failing on 8.1, we're never going to get the test passing on 8.2 anyway, no matter whether we fix the deprecated dynamic properties or not, because they'll still have 8.1 failures.
So I'm thinking less in terms of the test failures and more in terms of like people who are like, I have staging sites that I run with, full like errors blaring. And like I've not upgraded sites to 8.1 yet because there are certain things in WordPress Core that will cause notices that get sent out to reporting services that just slow down the testing site. That's more.
I mean, anything production shouldn't be running with deprecations on anyway.
Sure, but again, this isn't production; it's more staging. But like there are going to be as far as I know, going to be a lot of deprecations being blared out in PHP 8.2.
Shall I just add it as an open opinion?
Yeah, just add it as an open question. Yeah.
Like I would see it as temporary, as just like, okay, we know that all these notices are going to happen. Literally going to fill up people's hard drives with them on their local dev.
Yeah, we don't have a solution for them yet on it. Is
kind
of what you're saying.
It's just like a punt. Yeah.
Punt it. Put this in as a temporary workaround for now to quiet it down, and then then once alpha opens back up, remove it and now fix things properly.
And also, I guess I don't know if the PHP project is, again, actively be looking for these. Like they could literally be searching GitHub to see how many instances of this are out there, and you could see like, oh wow.
That's a good question.
Using the attribute that they want to do that at some point, and it's also something mentioned in the tickets originally. We should add those anyway to most classes, and just so PHP can find them, at least for anything where we support it. But
just reduce the volume of notices,
to reduce the volume of notices being locked in blocks for
until we have a solution
using using those locks. Let's make this bold so people
draw their eyes to it.
If and
I definitely thought that, when we
when,
thought your original solution was going to work, that we would have this in time
Yes.
and this would be moot. But now that we're definitely not going to have it in time, it's like consider some other options.
something like that.
Yep, that works.
Good. Don't need to overthink it.
Okay, shall I just post it?
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, then at least we have summarized our live stream. Now, the one thing I said, which we should probably still have 5 minutes about, is the UTF-8 encode decode deprecation.
Yes.
There's a ticket about that open where I completely describe in detail what the impact is. For WordPress Core, there's only 4 users, I think, or 6 users or something. It's not a big list. And most of those can probably be solved relatively easily by just not using those methods, because those methods are generally often used incorrectly, and that's also the reason for the deprecation. However, search of the plugin and theme directory shows over 10,000 users, including in some of the biggest plugins out there. For those to be able to solve it, quite often they will need to go to MB string, iconv, or the internationalization extension. We don't have that as a required extension for WordPress Core. The proposal in the ticket, and I need to look up the number of the ticket. I think it's 09, but I'm not 100% sure. No, it's not 09, but 09 will have the number of the actual ticket. So let's have a look here. So it's 55603. I'll post it in Slack to forward it to the chat for anyone who wants to see. This outlines basically the problems. There is also a polyfill for MB string available from Symfony, but it has a higher minimum PHP requirement. That's also being discussed in this thread. Realistically, the best solution, in my opinion, would be to make one of those 3 extensions, and I would prefer it to be either internationalization or MB string, a required extension for Core. Because then plugins and themes which need to replace their users of these functions will have to go to methods, go to alternative to replace these users.
I think that's fine, especially because it's only. I mean, we could say it's required, but it would only actually be required on PHP 8.2 or above. Like older versions would be fine. So
no, it would be required for all PHP versions, because if people replace the function calls to these methods, they will generally not do that in an if else. They will just replace the use.
Okay. No, I see. But I'm just in effect, if there are people with older versions that if they're currently running WordPress and they don't have these extensions, then it's not you're not saying that currently we do actually require those extensions?
No,
We don't.
Currently WordPress doesn't have any required extensions.
Okay.
And that's also part of the problem. We need to have something in place, and I think there is a separate ticket open which is related to this, which is that the upgrader component will also need to start checking for required extensions when upgrading.
Okay.
If as of 6.1 or 6.2 we start requiring 1 or 2 extensions, then the upgrader needs to be able to block the upgrade if those extensions aren't enabled on an install to prevent the site going down.
Does that need to be gated to a PHP version as well, like a combination of the two?
No, a required extension is a required extension, in my opinion. That shouldn't be gated to a certain PHP version.
But I think the question though is could it be so that those who are not on 8.2 aren't blocked from upgrading to the latest version?
Right. Like if they could upgrade, and it will be a problem later because we can't prevent them from upgrading PHP to 8.2 in the background, and then all of a sudden their site doesn't work. But
Well, no, the site will still work. Again, it's a deprecation. It's not a requirement. It's not a
okay,
fatal
so
error.
well, later than like PHP 9, I guess.
Yeah, PHP 9, it will become a fatal error. All the more reason to make that requirement, to start requiring it now.
Yeah.
The problem is, if you replace UTF-8 encode or UTF-8 decode function calls, you need to replace them with something. And if you're using them incorrectly, because you think it's about encoding between multiple character sets, then you need an alternative for those functions. And yeah, obviously you should put those kind of function calls in a if function exists, but not everyone does. And having that function of having an extension required will also reduce, that kind of overhead code of all the function exists calls before those kind of function calls are made.
I see that logic. At the same time, then if we implement that, then we are blocking potential users from upgrading for something that would be in the future potentially.
And I know the hosting team has been discussing this ticket as well. Maybe we should find out from whoever has access to the stats usage information on how many installs have IconV enabled, MB string enabled, internationalization extension enabled.
I think I saw a meta ticket that Dion was working on that was just that, collecting that. He didn't have it now, but collecting that information. So that's the other thing is we don't know what the impact would be until we get that information back.
So we could ask people in the hosting team to go through their servers and give us something to go on. I mean, in my experience, MB string is nearly always enabled. Internationalization, slightly less. IconV is enabled even more because it's enabled by default. You have to turn it off explicitly. MB string is not enabled by default, but has a much wider functionality range. So it's generally enabled. I would expect over 90% of sites to have these extensions enabled. But I'd like to see it confirmed.
Yeah, I agree. Plus then, is it acceptable that 10% of users then that don't have it enabled are blocked from upgrading? Is that acceptable?
I mean, most of the time it's either go to the admin panel of your host and turn it on, or send your host an email and say turn it on. Because it ships, both these extensions ship by default with PHP.
Oh, sure.
Not as if they're all shipped with PHP by default. Nothing new needs to be installed. The only reason they would not be available is if you have a custom compilation. Mm-hmm. Other than that, you should just be able to turn them on.
Well, collecting the data sounds like the first point is to understand and validate what percentages are we looking at, what packages are actually installed and not installed, and then that will help us to make a decision as to what's next with it.
I should probably, and in the ticket itself, I didn't mention internalization yet, but maybe I should add a comment mentioning internalization as a valid alternative as well. But yeah, as you see, WordPress Core, we still need to fix these 4, but these 4 are the only places where it's used. Then it's used in Get ID3. But yeah, 11,000 matches in over 3,000 plugins, including 15 with over 1 million downloads. That is a lot of those will not have a simple solution unless they have an alternative. And those alternatives are in extensions and not in WordPress Core.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can kind of think of off the top of my mind, because, the 9 is down the road, right? So blocking people from upgrading today when it's down the road is likely not the thing that would be very popular. But I'm wondering if there's something Core can do, whether it starts to offer some sort of shim or something that is looking at the PHP version and offers extenders a path that they could use. Use this instead, and then let Core take a look.
Then we're talking something like the Symfony polyfills, which have a 7.1 PHP minimum requirement at this moment. So if we would use those, we would always use an outdated version which is no longer maintained, which I don't think is a good starting point to include a polyfill. Polyfilling it ourselves doesn't sound like a good idea either, because that creates a lot of overhead in maintenance. The alternative is, if we don't do something, you will start seeing multiple plugins using the Symfony polyfills as a way to do it, and potentially creating fatal errors now because they don't prefix, they don't scope their external dependencies, and then plugin A uses Symfony polyfills and plugin B uses Symfony polyfills, and there's a conflict.
Yeah, I mean, that's a valid point. I'm more thinking that how can we pull into Core to mitigate some of this? How can we look at providing extenders an option to be able to fix something, but yet letting Core have the logic to understand that if I'm on X version, I require a package, and we use the package, so that if someone's upgrading and they're trying to upgrade to that version or higher, it goes through this path. If they're on an old version, they can continue to use this path. And then that way
neither WordPress Core nor plugins have different versions for different PHP versions. Mm-hmm. It's the same code, independently of which PHP version you're running on. So then either you're requiring every plugin and Core as well in that sense to always have, version checks before any time using that extension.
No, you're missing my point. I'm saying that the plugin can call one function and Core then handles the gating. I know that I'm on less than 8.2. So I don't require you to have this package, but the extenders just call one function and then let Core. So WP underscore and then let Core handle it at that point. And then that way we give a long runways that we're not blocking people from being able to upgrade when right now it's a deprecation, but we know the community of developers needs to start fixing the problem.
Right. Stable, yeah.
Means doing something like the Symfony polyfills in Core and creating a huge maintenance overhead for ourselves.
Why?
Why do we need a polyfill at this point?
We don't need a polyfill. No, we're saying we could require a package if it's on a later version of PHP that needs to change potentially.
Okay, I need to see code.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not visualizing.
That's okay. Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah, the main gist behind is we don't block users from being able to upgrade, but we provide extenders a function so they can start to upgrade their code.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, I think it's not unreasonable to say that WordPress requires an extension when it actually doesn't for certain versions of PHP, and we can just it's fine. But in general, we kind of do require it for the future. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. But Absolutely. Blocking people from upgrading is kind of a different.
Yeah, I can immediately hear the response that's going to happen in my head.
Yeah,
I already know the call I'm going to get.
Maybe we should let's. Tonya, you clearly have a vision of how that would look in Core.
Yep.
I'd say set up some dummy code and let's have another live stream to discuss this more fully.
Yeah, no problem.
And maybe I'll invite some people from the hosting team to join us to get some insights in what they can provide and what information they already have for us.
Well, what I'm kind of thinking is I already know there's an initiative underway where we're going to start collecting this data, but we don't have the data today. And that's across all the user sites, not just the hosting community itself, but all the hosts. And then that way, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Knowing the typical speed of things in WordPress, it could be a year before that's in place.
100%.
And data. So by then, 6 months later, we might have some semi-reliable data. And by then, we're maybe like 5 months off the release of PHP 9.
That's why I'm saying we'd have this interim step of letting Core, without the data, being able to say, if you're on 8.2 and above, you're required to have this package. So if a user wants to be on PHP 8.2, okay, then their hosting needs to provide this package is required at that point then.
I do think it does make things more confusing for users who are not developers. But at the same time, I'm curious to see like a code pattern and some mock code of how to do it.
Actually, I'm more thinking about the users. I think the users would be very, if they're blocked, wait, why can't I upgrade? This is the first time I can't upgrade. And that's what concerns me, is having users being blocked from being able to upgrade versus, but I'm not on 8.2 or whatever. They may not even understand what that means. It's just I'm literally blocked. They could be running on 5.6 or 7. Yeah,
I see what you mean. At the same time, if we're going to replace those function calls, we need to replace them with something, and then that, otherwise we keep having if else code and function exists code, which makes life not prettier and code not more maintainable.
Yes, but it does when you consider that then it offers extenders one solution. They can just pull this, and now their code for when we're trying to mitigate the problem out in the wider community, right? Not just in Core. Core can offer a way to help extenders solve the problem. Now, here's this, and then let Core, over time that code would change to where, okay, now we've upgraded. Now we're all on 8.2 or whatever, then it can evolve.
I understand where you're coming from. At the same time, I don't think requiring these extensions is such a big step. I don't think it will actually block that many users. And turning it on is a simple step.
I think here's what and I don't want to use his name, but here's what will be said. Do not block users from upgrading, period. We're trying to grow adoption of WordPress and not block users. So how many users would be on 8.2? And if we look at the 8.1 percentage, it's really small. So why block all
I
users?
won't be on it, and I am cutting edge. I will not be on 8.2.
Yeah. So until we have the data to really prove that how many users will we block, I would think the risk is going to be such that we would be overruled for allowing it to block all any. Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from. Yeah. I hear you. I understand that the WordPress community probably needs more time to understand that dependency management is a thing and that they should be using it.
Yeah, but that takes time.
An extension is,
It takes time. Versus just saying today we're doing it, and
I understand this. I do think we are doubling, if not tripling, the amount of work which needs to go into this ticket by doing this.
And that's understandable. Sometimes we do have to take on more work to help to mitigate the problem for the wider community while still taking our users with us.
Correct. At the same time, we are also volunteer-based projects largely. Yep. It's some sponsored community of contributors, but still a lot of volunteers. And people can only spend their time once. And
Understood.
The fear I have is that if we go this road, that it will never become a required extension, and this will just keep festering and lingering in core for the next 20 years.
That would be a separate issue, though. My main focus on this is we put users first, and we're saying we would block users by doing this. We can't really be blocking users. So how can we then look at another way of getting around it to make sure users can always push that button and upgrade? Yeah, so if we think of it from that point, and then the issue of requirements and how, at what point can we introduce requirements, that just needs some more data and some more thought.
In that sense, it would decouple the principle of requiring extensions from Microsoft 8.2 deprecation. So that would be a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. Now, like I said, it's kind of a stopgap, if you will, versus this is a forever, we're never going to require dependencies. It's more helping the wider community and then let core make the decisions about when do we then start to evolve this to be a requirement-based system. Yeah.
Tonya, can I ask you, as you clearly have very specific but also well thought out ideas about this, to leave a comment of the current line of thinking on the ticket?
On this one here, yeah, I can do that. So, and by the way, I don't have well-defined, this is how we're going to implement. No, I have in my mind more of a problem set of, I don't want to see users blocked. But yet I want to help the community of extenders have one place in core and then let core do it. Now, figuring out what that looks like is something a little bit different. That will take some thought. Yeah. So, and without coupling it to Symfony, right? Bringing in Symfony, and then we've coupled it to Symfony. Yeah.
I mean, aside from the minimum PHP version not matching, we might also have an issue with the licensing.
Yeah, exactly.
I really think that probably is not the best road to go on.
I agree with you on that.
Symfony, I think they've done amazing work there. I just don't think it's the right solution for this problem at this time.
I agree with you. Symfony builds some amazing things. It's just not the right thing for what we're trying to solve here. Yeah. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, as much as I would like to say, oops, we have to upgrade to PHP 7.2 because we're pulling in Symfony, don't really want to pull in Symfony. I'd say we're doing that, so we have to upgrade to PHP 7.2 and then not pull in Symfony.
We are really close, by the way, to being close to the numbers that would then justify being able to bump. But we just got to get over the hump. And that's why we're hoping, and since I brought that up earlier, there is an initiative underway that I know like Oz is also working on that too, that if we can get that underway, we saw last time when we started to make the notices to be very prominent, it helped to get us over the threshold. So hopefully then 6.2, 6.3, boom, we can then just, let's go, let's bump it.
Right. Yeah. And presumably like those ones shouldn't count in the stats. As soon as we say we're not going to be I don't care what version of PHP they're running an outdated version of WordPress that's not being updated.
Yeah. So
I mean 7.2 realistically should definitely be the bare minimum of the next minimum.
Yes, I think we've got pretty good alignment on that. Yeah.
7.2 has all the type declarations for parameters and return types. Well, most. But it has parameter widening, which and covariant and contravariant supported properly.
Yeah.
So that will allow us to then start introducing types in the relevant places whenever possible, and also smooth the way, because we know once we up the version, it's going to stay that version as a minimum version for a while. So say 3 years approximately or something.
Probably.
Knowing there's not going to be another version bump all that soon, it will allow us the time to add those input validations on type checks in all the functions, and then in a year or two time add the real type declaration.
Yes.
So smooth out that road towards the future.
Right, which is what we were talking about with the input validation, which could be another stream within itself or a working session where we bring Mark up to speed on what we want to do there, and then how are we going to tackle it. Yeah, because we need consensus for that one to be able to move forward.
Oh, yes. Right. For today, I think
That's pretty darn good today.
But a very long day as well.
I think so. So we came up with a nice list. We have an action plan of what's next. It seems doable, action plan.
Yeah.
We have a proof of concept. It all seems doable, and we know it's not going to go into 6.1. It's going to go into 6.2. That's a pretty good day.
We still have a lot of work to do.
Well,
but we also have plans to do it. I know, as we said earlier, Tonya, Anton, and me at least have a couple of days blocked over the next few weeks to work on these patches. And let's see how much more time we need after that and how many people are joining us.
Absolutely. Yeah, right now it's you, me, Anton. If Mark wants to join too, that's all I know confirmed so far.
Very welcome indeed.
Absolutely.
But we can work on those proof of concepts for the trades independently of those days anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay. I think that's pretty good for this particular live stream. Why don't we go ahead and wrap it up? Any closing thoughts from either of you?
I think this was very productive. I think this was very useful. Thank you both for making the time for this.
Yes.
And I think we have a plan to move forward. And that is very helpful because I felt incredibly stuck by yesterday evening.
I was watching your messages on Twitter, and when you were writing me over the weekend going, oh no. So yes, I feel much more positive now. Yeah. Mark?
We have a road forward.
I'm good. I just appreciate both of your efforts on this, and happy I could help in a small way.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Anybody who's listening, whether now or later, we invite you to come contribute. Join us. Even if you don't necessarily feel you're at our level, or that's fine. Come join us. There's work to be done, and we appreciate, even if it's testing, whatever it may be. Join us, contribute.
Not disparaging.
Especially if it's testing.
Especially testing, yes.
Yeah.
And your feedback, if you are building plugins and themes or supporting customer sites, your feedback really is going to help.
Yeah, and
immensely.
I mean, don't underestimate the power and the importance of testing. Just to give a small example, I wrote 30-line code function a while back. It had some regex in that. I wrote nearly 1,200 tests for this particular function. This is the amount of work which went into the test was much more than the actual work which went into the code. But it is so important because even with the last 100 tests, I still found 3 more bugs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which will not make it into production now.
Now, anyone listening, please don't let that scare you off. Thinking, I can't write 1,200 tests. That's not what we're asking. You can, but that's not what we're asking from you. Just come contribute.
The providers for the win.
All right. Thank you both. Really appreciate it. Everybody who joined, everybody later, we'll see you around Core. Bye.
Thank you.